because you raise an important issue on how we should support Parliament. And I think one way of supporting Parliament is by providing well-researched proposals or propositions that can then be legislated or turned into law, for lack of a better word. Before Gloria takes the floor, we have Dr. Nyambura online. There's a lot of talk or conversation on harmonization. That is what I hear across the board, and I think will be a key take-home from this meeting. And Dr. Nyambura, you have the responsibility to oversee the policy and regulatory initiative for a digital Africa. And I believe harmonization is one of the key components of the project that you are doing. Could you speak into some of or rather, what we need to do to ensure that we have this harmonization, and what PRIDA is doing towards this as an Africa Union initiative to support the regional economic blocks? Over to you, Dr. Nyambura.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon again. Yes, as you rightly put, PRIDA, one of its mandate is to support harmonizations of the policy, regulations, and legal instrument across the continent, and that is track 2, which I must say it's not the one I'm focused on, but I'll just tell you what we are doing with regard to that. First of all, is a recognition that as a continent, there are 55 countries, and these 55 different legal instruments at the national level, they have different policies and the like. So it's clear it is not an easy task really to come up with a harmonized continent in terms of all these things. But what we have been doing is developing a framework. And probably the first framework we have developed is the data policy framework launched in July 2022. And again, that gives us ideas of how as a continent do we deal with data? How do we ensure that we are getting value for our data, that is not just over there, people taking advantage of it, but then also security of our people. So these are documents. Countries can nationalize that. They can see what is applicable, what is cross-cutting, and where can they now plug into that. Again, I must say about the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy, which runs between 2020 to 2030, which is informed by various documents, among them the African Union Agenda 2063, aligned to the SDGs, and again, also looking at the global trends. And what, again, this strategy does is to look at the continent, look at the digital space and economy and the areas that we need to focus on. And once this is available, we are working on sector strategies with a focus on education, health, and agriculture, to give guidelines, to give a continental framework from which now countries can start coming up with national frameworks, national policies, and the like. And the whole idea is to recognize that we are different in many ways, but at the same time, we are facing common challenges that we need to address. So these are some of the instruments we have. The other thing that is being worked on is the Continental Digital ID.
Recording in progress.
Which again aims at ensuring we have a generic framework, but again contextualizing at the national level. I know some countries are ahead of others, but again with that kind of a framework, it is helpful. And there are quite a number of other regional initiatives that are taking place, like there is a now being done, I think it was launched about 3 months ago, that is the Continental Harmonization Strategy that African Union is working with UNECA. Again, is just to give a guideline, and it will even be more broader. It will be specific to any aspect of the digital economy, to give us a clear framework. The other framework that is being worked on is the artificial intelligence framework. Some of these emerging technologies that are happening, that as a continent, we may need to look at what is cross-cutting among ourselves and move forward with that. So that is with regard to harmonization. When it comes to internet governance, because again, there's a bit of harmonization we are doing in the cognition, and I liked the morning session where we were discussing about which country has done their IGF, which country has done their School of Internet Governance. The whole idea, again, within PRIDA is to ensure that we create synergies, that we are ensuring that national intergovernance forums, they are informing the regional intergovernance, and cross-cutting issues, again, are taken to the continental, so that by the time we are going at the global level, we have a common position. And not only that, we have moved with the cross-cutting issues that are affecting all our 5 regions. And with that, then we are able to push what is common to the continent together, what can be sorted between Kenya and Uganda, then we are able to sort at that level. What is a regional issue, again, we are able to sort at that level. So another tool, and I'm glad we have members of parliament here who can help us push this, is the Continental Cyber Security Convention, that is the African Union Convention on Cyber Security and Personal Data Protection, also referred to as Malabo Convention. Again, this is a tool that can help us as a continent to look at things in a similar way, but at the same time domesticating. So far, I must mention that we have less than 15 countries who have ratified this, and that means it cannot come into effect. So considering we have parliamentarians from Kenya, I've noted we have from Tanzania, we have from Uganda, if we are able to push for these laws, to push our government, push our policy makers to ratify that, then that means it will be effective. It will come to start being implemented. And once that is done, if there are changes, because again, we recognize that it may not have addressed all the issues that needs to be addressed, then it becomes easy to change. But we don't ratify it, if we don't put it into action, then that means we cannot do anything to it. So again, that is where we need all of us to come together. Let us lobby our government to ensure that we ratify these, and with that, we move ahead as a continent. For now, I stop there, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyambura. You've really hit the nail on the head. And I think to finish this round, I'll come to Gloria. What is coming up is the issue of pushing our policy makers. But I think it's important to know how to push our policy makers. I know there are many things you want to address, but maybe from a technocrat's perspective, how can we leverage the multi-stakeholder model to make sure that we get the right information or the right expertise to our policy makers for them to also ensure that we have the right frameworks in place?
Thank you very much, Barack. One thing I'm hearing here is that as we are bridging the digital divide, the digital economy, we need to bridge the gap between technology and our policymakers. So meaning that we need to make sure that we involve our policymakers. Now I'm looking at myself as a person whose policies are going to affect, as an internet society member or as a civil society member. We need to engage our legislators in the policies that are relevant in affecting change within the ecosystem. What am I saying here? Look at if the world had not participated in the whole data protection and privacy regulation that came. You saw, because it was introduced by Europe, we all took part. Yet when there are laws that are affecting our country, for the case of Uganda, I will use Uganda, like the data protection and privacy for Uganda, how were Ugandans involved at that level? Were they pulling the policymakers? All these legislators you're seeing here represent a constituency. Are they called to task? So it comes back to us as a people, as a nation or a region. We need to task our policymakers to get involved in the whole PDP, policy development processes. That is one. And also, as we are tasking our legislators, we as people who are out there to look at bridging the digital divide or making sure that our countries participating, for example, in the ratification of these policies that are created, when it's at that front, we have committees within parliaments that are directly responsible for various sectors. It could be these parliamentarians form the committee on finance, the other ones on ICT, and how are we working with those to make sure that these policies are crossed there? So we need to make sure that we task our legislators to involve themselves in this multi-stakeholder model of working, of bringing policies on ground. So hopefully that is, I know that the policy formulation is standard across, but involvement and engagement is where the push should be put. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gloria. As you speak, I'm just imagining wildly. You know, we have Twitter groups in all our countries, and they say a lot, but I don't know whether that amounts to public participation. And also, I'm not sure if we have clear policy development processes or frameworks. I know in Kenya we have been talking a lot about public participation, but I don't know whether it is the same issue across the region, whether indeed a citizen knows how they can be able to petition or bring something through parliament for it to be considered. I know the experts are in the room. As I say that, I'm also mindful that we have Her Excellency the Ambassador with us, and I'm just wondering what's their role in this whole conversation that we are having. You know, as a citizen who likes crossing the borders, sometimes I'm just invited for lunch across. I don't care. I just come and I want to pass the border, then they say I need to show my ID. Or they remind me that I'm Kenyan at the border. Yet I've been invited by a Tanzanian brother across the border in good faith. I think this is what we are discussing when we are talking harmonization. So how can we really make sure that we have seamless communication as a region? Honorable member, you've just said in the internet business, it's all about the numbers. Yeah, the 50 million or 60 million in Kenya may not be enough, but if we take the 200 million in East Africa, including DRC, then we'll have innovations that are beneficial in the region, instead of all of us being on, I won't name names, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, so how do we then leverage these numbers that we really have? I think this is the elephant in the room. I want to open up the floor. I see Mr. Kwaje. Yes, I see another hand here. It will be on a first come, first served basis in the interest of time.
And there is also a question online.
Online?
Yes.
Thank you, Naza.
Online, we start with the online, please.
All right, so we'll start with online, and then we'll have Kwaje, then my brother here, and then there's another question there. You'll introduce yourselves. May we have the roaming mic on standby so that we don't waste time? The online question?
Oh. I think they will have to ask from...
No, online. Are you able to?
No, they will ask.
No, they've typed in the questions.
Oh, okay. Is that on the screen?
The questions
okay.
are there.
Okay.
So a question for Margaret on that policy harmonization framework. Will you focus on health data? And another question to Dr. Nyambura, what would you say is the reason for limited ratification of the Malabo cybersecurity framework? Dr. Nyambura, if you can kindly take the question, and then we proceed to the next ones.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Nelly, health is one of the areas we are focusing on, and we are working on sector strategies with initial focus on health, education, and agriculture. I know the sector strategy for education is quite advanced. For health, we are still a little bit back, but there's a lot of consultation that is happening. There's a task force that is doing that in consultation with the health practitioners and other active stakeholders across the continent. So yes, that is happening. For the second question, you have asked why the Malabo Convention ratification has been low, and for sure that is extremely low. From 2014, we still have less than 15 countries. My take is that, first of all, we are not lobbying enough. We are not sending the information to policymakers. And again, members of parliament, they play a key role in this because it has to go through the organs of the parliament to be discussed and the like. So one of the things we need really to engage the parliamentarians so that they can push this within the floor. But again, other stakeholders can play a role. In Tanzania, I think they're doing very well, and chances are it may be ratified soon. We have one of the senior judge, Dr. John Ubena, who is a member of the African Union Cybersecurity Expert Group, and he has been pushing for this, and the information I have is that very soon it may be ratified. Again, when it comes to Mauritania, we have also one of us who was the head of our division, Mokhtar Yedali, who now is the Minister of ICT in Mauritania. And again, he informed us last week that he has been able to put this, and the chances are that they may ratify. So again, we see the role of senior policymakers when they get into that position and they understand what it means to ratify, what it means to sign this particular document so that we have a common front. Then it becomes easier to lobby other policy organs for it to be ratified. Thanks, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Nyambura. And as you speak, I'm reminded that there is the Africa Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. I hope that our honorable members are part and parcel of the network. Maybe it will be a subject of discussion later on. Nelson, if we could have your question.
Thanks, Barack. So you stated, my name is Nelson Kwaje from South Sudan. I have a question which is kind of like twofold on kind of private sector and digital diplomacy. And I'm glad that we have someone from the African Union and also a member of parliament. We have seen, and I've seen this in most of these European countries, is now tech has been put as a diplomacy and foreign policy agenda. And I've seen a lot of countries, especially in Europe and in America, and also like in the Qataris and the rest, they have an ambassador at large on tech. Or they have an ambassador to Silicon Valley or to these places to ensure that like the digital agenda is a very key foreign policy issue, so that this person can immediately dial to the highest level of power within the country. But I haven't seen this practice being in the region. Probably I could be mistaken. Maybe someone can highlight on that. And that's very critical, especially in the area of like infrastructure. Like right now, both Google and Meta, like Meta has the 2 Africa cable that is supposed to connect so many countries. This project is currently ongoing, and Google has the Equino or something. Both of these companies are investing upward of $1 billion in connectivity across the continent. And I'm not seeing a lot. It's a bit surprising. I'm seeing very little presence of the private sector on that level. So I would just want to know, like, in terms of the countries that are present here, like, what are the initiatives in terms of digital diplomacy? And probably the chair can notify, like, there is a very notable absence of some of these giants in this meeting specifically. What led to that? Yeah.
Thank you, Nelson. If we could have the next question, kindly keep it brief. Introduce yourself kindly.
My name's Nixon Matungo Lutakubwa, academia from Tumaini University. My question comes together with the challenge. It's a question to presenter Dr. Faustin, but also a challenge to other legislative members. The topic discusses the role of the parliamentarians and policymakers in making sure that we have the proper internet governance. But my concern is these policymakers speak on behalf of the people. They are our representatives. So we expected the debate to be, what do they do to express our needs? So they have a post in the parliament, and in my opinion, it's quite weird that we don't have those members from the IALA, because we speak of the internet governance in the East Africa region. It was necessary for those of the IALA also to be here, because they are ones who form the policy-making structure in the East African region. And a concern with Dr. Faustin is when he says there is no harmonization. I agree there is no steps to harmonization. But if we read the East Africa Treaty, harmonization is not discretion of the governments. It is a treaty requirement that requires this government to make sure that it happens. So we expect also our leaders, our parliamentarians, to push the agenda, not to request from us that what should be done, but for them to go in the parliaments and make sure that they come up with laws. Dr. Faustin gave an example of that we might have ministries with different names. I think we shouldn't even get to that stage. When they form these ministries, when they formulate these laws, we are necessarily requiring them to make sure that they at least foresee as our leaders and we as their people, that they speak on our behalf. And it really gives me a challenge that it is more technical, that our parliamentary and policymakers address these issues in a technical language, while it is a concern that deals with people. Lastly, Dr. Faustin said that we are approaching to 61 million, at least in Tanzania. And it means the number of registered SIM card is increasing. So if it is increasing, it means that the demand is getting higher. If the demands are getting higher, that means the costs are also supposed to get low, because when these people operate under the low cost, it means it makes it easier for the government to make profit. But if we raise these costs for the SIM cards, and then we think like, who is supposed to take care for this? They are the same people in the governments who must make sure that we have suitable prices for these SIM cards. So I think they should not be beating around the bush, and they must tell us what, as parliamentarians, as policymakers, are they doing in the parliaments to make sure that we have an internet-governed forum. Thank you.
Thank you. And the people are speaking with their claps. Remind me your name again?
Nixon Matungwa Lutakubwa.
Thank you, Nixon. We had another intervention on this side.
Thank you. I'm Brighton from Institute of Accountants of Arusha. I have an issue concerning the cyber issue across the internet. We as a region and you as lawmakers, you guys need to assure us that the data that the internet and the apps we are using is safe. There are various apps that, for example, WhatsApp, Facebook, but during the usage of those apps, we feed them with a lot of data. We feed them with our locations sometimes, our addresses, and things of that sort. But you, as our lawmakers, how sure are you that the data that we provide them to those companies are safe? You, as our leaders, you are supposed to know what are the secondary uses of those data that we, as your citizens, we provide them. And another thing is, for example, in our region, if we take Kenya as a case study, Kenya has a national cybersecurity strategy that it did launch it early this year. But look at other region members. Do they have those national cybersecurity strategies? Most of them, I'm sure, they don't have them. And if they have them, I'm not so sure that they are 100% implementing them. Also, an issue of regional combined cybersecurity strategy. Because if you say that Kenya has cybersecurity strategies as itself, how about other regional members? We have a corporate cybersecurity strategy which will manage all the cybersecurity issues across the region. Also coming to the issue of youth involvement in this issue of digitalization and internet governance. You as a policymakers, what effort are you making in getting all the youth across the region involved in these issues? For example, most of youth are located remote areas, across villages and far places where even some of them, they don't know what internet is. So you guys, as the one that we have entrusted our trust in you to guide us in our countries, what efforts are you making so that to ensure that all youth are involved in these issues? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been notified that there's an online question. I'm closing the session with that, and then the panel will respond as they also make final remarks. If the online intervenant is ready, you can raise your question. Please be very brief. Tweet it, and then we have a response from our panel.
Okay. Thank you. On the moderator, I just wanted to give my view in regards to what was being discussed. In this regard, harmonization may be hard to achieve, not until we look at sensitizing of the beneficiary population on the need and urgency. And here we are looking also at the major player.
We seem to have lost you.
Stakeholder in the industry, like governments and civil society organizations. Okay, put it in the chat.
Yes, kindly, if you can do so, we'll appreciate it. We can read it as the panel responds to the questions because of the connectivity. And
Okay.
Thank you for your indulgence. I think I will start with Dr. Simba, just in the order that we used. You can respond to any issue that caught your attention.
Thank you very much, and I think I'm very glad to be here today with the Member of Parliament. I would like to start with harmonization, and I think most of you think there is no effort in harmonization, which is not true. Currently, as I speak, YACO, we have a model policy and regulatory framework that has been developed by the expert in the region. At YACO, we work using technical working groups, which brings members from all the 6, and recently with the coming of DRC will be 7. We have more than 7 technical working groups that bring expertise from all the 6 countries. And in 4 years ago, we have completed what we call model policy and regulatory framework, which again touches to what the Honorable Member Font has touched on the issues that as a region, with everything that we are doing in the area of political federation, we need to have harmonization in ICT. So we have ICT model, policy, and regulatory framework. But we have gone further. There are a number of things that we have done in a harmonized way. One, we harmonized the short code for emergency. Today, if you go to Kenya or you go to Tanzania, you can use the same short code for calling ambulance, for example. And there is an additional number of short codes that are not commonly used. We have also harmonized the way we deal with frequency and interference at our borders. We have the guideline on doing that. So the harmonization work is ongoing. However, and I must admit in this meeting that there is issues with the capacity, especially here at the East African community. As we speak, we know there are no ICT expertise. For most 3, the position has been open for part 3 to probably 4 years ago. So there is no expert that looks at the ICT sector. And that's why we as IACO, taking that gap, we have requested, because we have done all this work, which is available, waiting, laying there, and I'm very glad that I have a member of parliament today so that they know, we have these documents. We even submitted them officially to East African community. But the challenge that we have been given is that you are not part of the East African community. So everything must start within the East African community. So even if you do all the work that we do, and remember, they are done by expertise from the national regulatory authorities that are the government organization. So that lack of connectivity is the reason why we requested the IACO to be an official ICT arm of EAC, because we have the capacity, we have solutions that are already needed, and they are there by the citizen of East Africa. So I request the member that who attended today to take that agenda for IACO to become part of EAC. ICT, specialized ICT agency is with at the level of foreign ministry of our countries, and we hope that the member parliament can push so that the service, everything that we have done that are good for the citizen of East Africa can get to the people. I'd like us to touch another issue that was mentioned on the issue of security, especially on the data, and maybe the member of parliament will add more, but that's why we have Data Protection Act, which is in Tanzania has been listened to, I think, last week, but I can assure you most of the countries in East Africa, probably 5 of them, all of them have Data Protection Act that looks at the personal data and how the organizations should deal with it. It's very clear, and I think that's, and I think if there's anything that we have done well as a region, this is the area that we are very proud of. I also like to touch the issue of the regional, the issue of how the region look into issue of cybersecurity. At IACO, we came up with what we call a regional set. Each country in East Africa, they have what they call SAT, Computer Response Emergency Team. All of the 6 countries have, but we didn't have the one which should coordinate all the 6. We have guidelines for that, and we hope in the future, as we move forward to be part of the an official arm of East African community, it will be very easy for us to implement, because all of these things are already available. One last thing I want to comment is on the, again, this came from a speaker who talked about the cost. I think one of the biggest problems that I have witnessed is that most of our policymakers are planning things following the election cycle. So you plan so that you exist, you survive for the next election. And it's in all the 6 countries, and I'm sorry to say that. I've been lucky to meet most of the Ministry of ICT ministers in the region, and this is the region, and this is the problem we have. And you like to put it, if you reduce the cost, the accessibility cost, definitely you have more users in the services. And by having so many users, even the small tax that you collect becomes more in a long term. But if you want to collect just for the 5 years, you have no other alternative than making sure that you raise the taxes. As a result, you reduce people who are taking part into the cyberspace. So this is the thing. I don't think this is a secret. We have had issues with taxes in the region. And most of us, we have seen taxes in Uganda for OTTs. We have seen another one in Kenya, and then we have seen one in Tanzania. So we are doing this because we are looking at ICT in a short term, and that's the biggest problem we are doing. Because if you do that, you have fewer people, then how are you going to implement the digital economy? Digital economy requires most of the citizens to be online. So I think, again, this is the challenge to our member of parliament. They are the one who are setting up the tax regime in our countries to make sure that probably they should consider 10 to 20 years regime that may at the end bring more money than a short term of 2 to 3 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Simba. If we could have Dr. Faustin.
I think Dr. Simba has mentioned most of the, and responded to most of the questions that I asked. I just wanted to add a little bit on what Brighton mentioned about cyber security strategy. As a country, we do have a cybersecurity strategy, and they also, as mentioned, we have what we call the TZ set. So this is an entity within the government of Tanzania, well sophisticated, very sophisticated equipment, our cyberspace is properly monitored. That much I can assure you. And we have regular meetings at the technical level, and when I was the minister, we had ministerial or policy level meetings, multi-sectoral, across board, all ministries that are responsible for cybersecurity. So I can assure you that our cybersecurity is safe, looking at all kind of vulnerability and the possible attacks. So we are prepared. Just wanted to add to what, just one intervention on that area.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Dr. Nabeta. Sorry, Honorable Nabeta.
Thank you. Maybe just a few minor inputs. Dixon, I think, had raised an issue that we represent the people, and I think the critical thing, as I was saying in my brief comments before, is that you need to feed your legislators in terms of they take the thoughts from you and then they take them to Parliament. So what you need to do is to give your MPs the things that you think they should legislate upon in the Parliament. So it comes from you to the MPs and then they will do the work. Sometimes it's difficult for them to understand the level at which you want to play. With the new technologies which are coming, sometimes you need to help them, to give them guidance in terms of this is what we need. According to the current laws, this is what it is. We are missing this A, B, C, D. And then they are able to legislate accordingly to fill that gap. For Uganda, for example, we have the choice of an MP taking a private member's bill. So if there is something that is urgent and government is taking long, an MP can actually take the law to Parliament and pass it accordingly to deal with an urgent issue. So it is usually from the people that that can be handled. For example, for us in Uganda, of course, most of those laws are in place. The data protection and, of course, the SAT. We have the Uganda SAT, which, of course, all the East African communities have. It's difficult to imagine that you can have a house and you open it and just leave everybody to go through. Then definitely some people will come and one will take the cup, one will take the spoon. So today, if you have internet, definitely you must have cyber security. And as we think, they also think. So it's a constant struggle, especially as you go into the IoT, in Internet of Things, and so will things become complicated. But then that's the only way to go, because you can't go backwards in that. So security, cyber security is always going to be a constant thing. From the days of Babylon, someone wants to steal, you have to. So it's just that now we have gone from the actual physical things into the digital space. So it is a constant struggle of the good and the bad. Then, of course, maybe the other issues. I think my brother was asking about Meta and Google, maybe why they're not here. But that's why I was saying in my speech that you need to leverage on your population now of EAC. What Google and Meta and what they're looking for are numbers. Once you log in, you have a Twitter account, you have a Facebook account, you have you become a number for them to sell to advertisers. Now, all that money is going to Silicon Valley. That's why for all of you who have those accounts, the address down is Palo Alto, California, Palo Alto, California. You are just an extension of the other. Now, you should be able to create your own engines here. We are now going into our data centers. We used to depend on data centers abroad. Now, there are data centers coming here. Tier 1s, Tier 2s, and now we have some Tier 3s coming up, and Tier 4s. And now, of course, if you've used Google and Amazon, they use Tier 4s because of the security requirements. Because initially the cost was very high to have such investments in the region. But now that you have the numbers and you have the uptakes increasing, these are now investments which are very possible. So there's no need to have one of those big guys here. You're already here. And governments are ready to support so that such infrastructure can be invested in. So I think it's up to you now to see that you move. Some of us in Uganda, the members like from Uganda have visited some of the Tier 2 data centers and some of the call centers which are coming up to take up some of the opportunities in the new technologies. So what we need to do is just to harmonize and to ensure that we facilitate you young people to dream bigger and much bigger than you actually have done so in the past, so that you can be able to benefit from, initially when you started the internet, you would run to your computer. For you young people, you don't know these things, but for us older people, when the internet had just come, you would run to your computer, you would dial in and it dials in and shows America Online, or Africa Online, and then you use your computer and you check your email, and then you close and you go. That is then, 30 years ago. Today, your personal phone is faster than those computers, and you have everything, and everything is going to be part of it. So the opportunities are really endless in that, and for us, we are ready to support you to become part of the global economy. I think those are the few words I had.
Thank you, Honorable Nabeta. Maybe before I have Gloria, Dr. Nyambura, if you could respond to anything and give your final take as well.
Thank you, Chair. It was interesting to listen to the Member of Parliament speaking about those years when you had to wait for 2 hours to download your emails. Now the talk is about broadband connectivity by 2013 up to the village level. And the question I keep on asking myself, once my grandmother, once my illiterate cousin or uncle or whoever is connected, what are they supposed to do with that connectivity? And that's where 3 issues comes to place. The issue of inclusion, the issue of awareness creation, and capacity building. And I want to challenge all of us, because we are the people who are connected. How well are we ensuring that this connectivity we have is being used responsibly? How are you ensuring that inclusion is happening? Not just saying, but bending rules to ensure that that mother who has young kids and wants to attend some meetings can attend those meetings online. How do we bend rules to accommodate those who are disadvantaged, those people who are abled differently? Are we ensuring that you are including them as we move forward? The global line is leaving no one behind. But are we actually doing that? We need to revisit the issue of inclusion to see that we are not just saying it, but we are acting. We are going further to ensure those who are not able to connect, we are connecting them. The women who are spending all the time with their children. How are we ensuring that they are able to interrogate what is being served in this digital space with this big broadband that you are able to access even when you are in your shamba? It's amazing actually when I have to call my grandmom when she's actually doing some other work and she's able to go to the Google, to wherever. Are they given the right capacity to ensure that they realize that the internet has positive things, has negative things that can influence them differently? And that's where, again, we come to issues of cybersecurity, that we need to realize that we are as weak as our weakest point. It doesn't matter how well I safeguard my household to ensure that we have digital hygiene, they don't go to this site, they don't do that, but as long as they are interacting in schools, and those other kids, they don't have the same kind of controls and measures, then they are exposed. So as a community, as ourselves, as parents, I think we have to work together to ensure that we are responsible for our neighbors. We are doing things that are improving the positive outcomes we are able to get from digital connections, but also mitigating the negative outcomes. So I encourage all of us, and I know someone mentioned about the youth, let's go deeper more than the youth, the young kids, that if we don't do anything now, that they are using the internet, the Facebook, the Instagram as their toys, 5 years, 10 years from now, I think we'll have a generation that will not be able to control. They'll be telling you what is happening, that even yourself, you have never even thought of even looking to those sites or interacting in those forums. So it's upon us. Apart from coming up with policies that are enabling, apart from coming up with the legal frameworks and the like, let us act as individuals and ensure that together we are moving, leaving no one behind, but then responsibly ensuring that we are using this digital space for the right space. And another thing, again, I want to emphasize is the issue of research and data collection in terms of aggregated data. Let's try to see whether there is a linkage between this broadband access and the level of crimes we are seeing. Nowadays, you only need to visit to grab your wife's or your husband's mobile phone, you see a message, and the next thing, there is murder or whatever. How can we mitigate this? And we don't do, again, anything now. 10 years from now, it will be uncontrollable. So it's upon us to really do what we can do. Thanks, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Nyambura. Gloria?
Thank you very much, Barak. Once again, I'm just going to try and tackle on digital diplomacy and the role of government. Just like to note, for the case of Uganda, like any other African country, we've also embraced digital diplomacy. I will take a look at the COVID-19 when it came. Governments were forced to stay home, and we embraced new technology solutions that we're using. For the case of AU, they also held a conference online because they're adapting to new changes, new technology, and even governments communicating with fellow governments over online. We've had to adjust and adapt to tackle even digital diplomacy. In that aspect, that is why we need the strong regulations that safeguard or protect our data or protect the citizen when they are online. So for the case of enhanced computer misuse bill and data protection and privacy, so those are some of the areas when I look at diplomacy in relation to internet usage and changing internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gloria. And as we come to the end of this conversation, we have Engineer Murenzi online, the Principal ICT Officer at the EAC. He was to be part of us, but due to unavoidable circumstances, he wasn't able to join us on time. Engineer Murenzi, if you are ready, you can take the floor, and you are the one standing between us and lunch. I request that you be brief.
Yeah, thank you so much, our moderator and colleagues. I'm very sorry to have not joined you due to the Kenya Airways challenges that you have all known. But I'm on the way. I think by the time we finish lunch, I'll be together with you. Briefly, I just wanted to mention supplementing Dr. Simba. At we have now secured the resources to develop the regional cybersecurity and data protection law. Why have we thought of that? And on addition that we know very well EACO has done a lot of work. Countries have done a lot of work to establish their national data protection and data privacy laws. The challenge we have come to identify, most of our national data privacy and protection laws are totally speaking to their country needs. They are forgetting that we are in a region where there is free movement of people, movement of goods, and free movement of services. Current of a few months ago, our Council of Ministers approved the EAC e-commerce strategy, whereby we are going to now start implementing e-commerce and the digital payment. But when you look at the data privacy we have and the data protection per country, it had those gaps. So the region has now come up with resources. We have what is called the East African project, which is now together with the and all the ministries responsible for ICT and the regulators to see how we can come up with the regional laws and guidelines that can open up our space so that even we are able to transact and trade between each other. Lastly, I just wanted also to mention about the regional stats. As he has clearly on the issues of cybersecurity, we found is a major gap that is there that are unable to frequently exchange even information on the data on the cybersecurity. So we are coming up with also the mechanism of establishing the regional stats. So we will be reaching out also, of course, to the all stakeholders of the region, but wanted to bring to the audience that the challenges that are already there, we have already seen as a region, and we are now started to work with our institutions that will make sure that we are going to now have a proper regulated space within our region. If you are aware, we are now coming up to the East African Central Bank very soon. So how are we going to have the East African Central Bank and we are doing the East African payment system, while all the data protection, the data privacy, cyber security is not regionally harmonized. So that's one of the reasons that the region has taken it forward. We have secured the funding, and we think we are going to work with each and everybody there. Last year is letting the participants know that as regards to the EACO becoming our institution of ESA, it's fully on the right track. I believe the next council should consider it, because it has been identified that without having EACO as our institution, there is much we are going to miss in terms of the regulations on this space, and also the man before executed within our 7 partner states. So, Chairperson and the all colleagues, that's the journey the community we have taken, and we are not forgetting our collaborators in the ministries and the institutions attached. We will be reaching to you officially on official writing, because we have just now secured a fund to act on those gaps that have been discussed. Thank you so much, and have good lunch or bon appetit. Thank you.
Merci. Thank you, Engineer Murenzi. You've summed up the session really well. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in appreciating this eminent panel. I think they've done justice to the subject. And I'll request that we take a group photo as the panel, as the rest of us proceed for lunch. Of course, you can request for the photo with the photographer after lunch. See you in the afternoon. Naza, you can guide us on how long we should take at lunchtime.
Thank you.
I think in the interest of East Africa, we come back around 2:30. So this one will be the express lunch, and it will be served quickly. Thank you. Yeah.
So lunch is, I believe, in the restaurant and in the tent out here? All right. Just move to the tent where we had the tea.
A round of applause for the panel, please. I'm coming. I want to make sure I have my hair.
Yes, but you see, when you say 1 hour, it will go for 2 hours. 30 minutes. No, but if you say 1 hour, it will go for 2 hours.
We are very happy to host the East African people from the 6 nations. Tunawakaribisha sana. You are very welcome.
So our main focus is trying to create awareness, how the internet is run, how the internet is governed, who are the key actors, what role can we play. It is more of us coming here and having a dialogue on how we can work together for improving internet connectivity use and all these other things that the internet has to offer, including policy, legislation, and various guidelines.
And with that, then we are able to ensure that what is happening at the national level is escalated, and every country is able to contextualize their common issues. At the regional level, again, we're able to come up with a common position, take it to the continental level, and from there, then we have a good voice at the global level.
If possible, we can set up an exhibition booth for this, what you're talking about, for IGF.
When you look at even the centers of excellence that we are establishing, we are having the Center of Excellence for IoT, that is, it's in Rwanda. We are having this ICT in Tanzania. We are having the Center of Excellence for e-health and biometric engineering. You find that all of these are also touching onto the real technology we are talking about.
The 3 heads of state had to sit down and they agree on one figure. And they imposed it on an investor. This is why it even becomes more interesting.
So we have a community that involves different stakeholders coming from the government sector, the academia, the private sector, and we have been seeing during the past event all of them active.
Taxation, it's over taxation. It's like there is multiple taxation on it. So how does East African community deal with this matter? Because it's really important. Keep people scared about transfer money from one country to another or from bank to mobile network operators.
As I say, the aspect of internet is not for a single person. It consists of different multi-stakeholders. I will call upon those different stakeholders from all angles and to see how we can ensure that we have an independent forum concerning personal data. Yeah.
Does the IGF have a way of maybe coming back to their stakeholders?
Bridging. We are having the Center of Excellence for IoT. That is, it's in Rwanda. We are having this ICT in Tanzania. We are having the Center of Excellence for e-health and biometric engineering. You find that all of these are also touching onto the real technology we are talking about.
The three heads of state had to sit down and they agree on one figure. And they imposed it on an investor. This is why it even becomes more interesting.
So we have a community that involves different stakeholders coming from the government sector, the academia, the private sector, and we have been seeing during the past event all of them active.
Taxation, it's over taxation. It's like there is multiple taxation on it. So how does East African community deal with this matter? Because it's really important. Keep people scared about transfer money from one country to another or from bank to mobile network operators.
As I say, the aspect of internet is not for a single person. It consists of different multi-stakeholders. I will call upon those different stakeholders from all angles and to see how we can ensure that we have an independent forum concerning personal data. Yeah.
Does the IGF have a way of maybe coming back to their stakeholders and show them that, okay, this is what we discussed and this has been maybe concluded?
In Tanzania, when you load airtime, whether by M-Pesa or by buying the card, they will buy
maybe this is what we this is becoming a way that
and to see how we can ensure that we have an independent forum concerning personal data. Yeah.
Does the IGF have a way of maybe coming back to their stakeholders and show them that, okay, this is what we discussed and this has been maybe concluded?
In Tanzania, when you load airtime, whether by M-Pesa or by buying the card, they will take 18% of VAT. Is that part of digital taxation?
And so it's not double taxation. One would think so, but if you clearly go to the TMT division, it's a very legal tax that is coming, and I support it.
Taxes that prevent people from using that internet to improve their lives. So I think that's where we need to start on the digital taxation. That's the starting point. Then what we also need to do is really understand the business models of the various companies that operate in this digital economy.
I can dare to say that those topics and sessions that we aimed at discussing and deliberating, they were fully exhausted, and I am happy to say that this has been one of the Internet Governance Forum that has been very educative. we are very happy to host the East African people from the 6 nations. Tunawakaribisha sana. You are very welcome.
So our main focus is trying to create awareness, how the internet is run, how the internet is governed, who are the key actors, what role can we play. It is more of us coming here and having a dialogue on how we can work together for improving internet connectivity use and all these other things that the internet has to offer, including policy, legislation, and various guidelines.
And with that, then we are able to ensure that what is happening at the national level is escalated and every country is able to contextualize their common issues. At the regional level, again, we're able to come up with a common position, take it to the continental level, and from there, then we have a good voice at the global level.
If possible, we can set up an exhibition booth for this, what you're talking about, for IGF.
When you look at even the centers of excellence that we are establishing, we are having the Center of Excellence for IoT, it's in Rwanda, we are having this ICT, in Tanzania, we are having the Center of Excellence, that all of these are also touching onto the real technology.
They agree on one figure, and they imposed it on an investor.
All different stakeholders coming from the government sector, the academia, the private sector, and we have been seeing during the past event all of them active.
Taxation, it's over taxation. It's like there is multiple taxation on it. So how does East African community deal with this matter? Because it's really important. Keep bank to mobile network operators.
As I say, the aspect of internet is not for a single person. It consists of different multi-stakeholders. I will call upon those different stakeholders from all angles and to see how we can ensure that we have an independent forum concerning personal data. Yeah.
Does the IGF have a way of maybe coming back to their stakeholders and show them that, okay, this is what we discussed and this has been maybe concluded?
In Tanzania, when you load airtime, whether by M-Pesa or by buying the card, they will take 18% of VAT. Is that part of digital taxation?
And so it's not double taxation. One would think so, but if you clearly go to the TMT division, it's a very
yangireeta wano sirina kyakyenako.
Ate oyagala kukola ki? Oyagala kukola ki?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hamjambo. May I request that we settle so that we can continue with our afternoon program. The next panel is going to be looking at access and inclusion in East Africa. Sorry?
This is the next panel.
Pardon.
Cybersecurity.
Oh, pardon. The next panel is going to look at cybersecurity policy needs in East Africa. And we have Lilian Naluoga on the panel, Emmanuel Chagara, Ziada Seukindo, Nelson Kwaje, Dr. Martin Koyabe, I believe Dr. Koyabe is online, and Victor Capio. And I request the panelists who are in the room to just join Lilian up on the stage. Yes, and I'm also just requesting if we can pass a message to those who are still outside and in the tent that we are moving forward so that they can join us. After that session, we'll have a health break, and then we'll have a session on access and inclusion in East Africa. I hope that we will have that before 4:30 or thereabouts, after which we'll have the closing ceremony, and then we'll have a cocktail in the evening. So without further ado, let me hand over the floor to Lilian to moderate this session. We already have speakers who are online waiting to contribute to the session. So Lilian, you can take the floor and proceed.
Thank you, Barack. Good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. As we wait the room to fill up, I would like to welcome you to our afternoon session. And again, we do apologize for the late start, but I'm sure we'll catch up. The morning sessions and mid-morning sessions were quite fruitful and engaging. So we hope that the last two sessions will also give us the same stimuli for us to be able to have these conversations. Once again, my name is Lilian. I'm coordinating this session. And with me, I have panelists, quite a diverse set of panel. We have two of our panelists participating online. Welcome, Mr. Emmanuel Chagara, and Dr. Martin Koyabe, yes, apologies for slaughtering your name. As a session introduction, I will just give up an intro to why we are having this conversation today, and then I'll first give our online speakers to introduce themselves, and then we will go on to the remaining panelists with us in the room today. So as a preamble to this session, we recognize that cybersecurity is a big concern, not just in East Africa, not just in our individual countries, but also at the global level. And we heard from the previous session from some of the interventions from the floor about harmonizing cybersecurity frameworks from the East Africa regional level and also at the Africa Union. But again, we've seen that, yes, cybersecurity, tackling cybersecurity issues is really a global concern, and the past pandemic, the COVID-19, created it became quite a bigger concern. So this session today, we are going to look at cybersecurity from a policy kind of landscape. And everyone on this, in this session has been involved in different aspects in addressing policy issues, but also people who are working with communities to address different concerns on cybersecurity. So I would like to first welcome Mr. Emmanuel Chagara, who is the CEO of Milima Security, to just use a minute or so to tell us about himself, and then I'll give the floor to Martin, and then I'll come back to the panelists with me here. Emmanuel, if you can speak, kindly, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lillian. I want to hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, we do.
Yes, it's an honor to be joining you this afternoon. I'm reaching out from Kampala, Uganda. I'm Emmanuel Chagara, the Chief Executive Officer of Milima Security. I'm also a member of the National Information Security Advisory Group, quite an active member in the private sector space, but also interacting closely with the government of Uganda on various matters of cybersecurity and policies by virtue of my being a part of the National Information Security Advisory Group. So I'm definitely looking forward to an engaging session to learn and also to share experiences from across Uganda and East Africa on matters of policies and how we can strengthen it moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emmanuel, and most welcome. Also, you forgot to say he's an active member of the Uganda Internet Governance Forum, and we are always happy. We are always happy to have you on in our sessions and you sharing knowledge on these issues.
Thank you.
Dr. Martin, are you able to hear us?
Yes, indeed, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Most welcome, and thank you for taking time to join us remotely. I know you really wanted to be here with us physically, but due to unavoidable circumstances, you are not able to, so you're most welcome. Just a word or two so that people can know who you are before we dive into this session.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lillian. First of all, let me thank the organizers for the East Africa IGF 2022 for inviting me to share some of these aspects of the topic of today. My name, as alluded earlier, is Dr. Martin Koyabe. I'm not a stranger to a number of you there because I've been involved in developing cybersecurity strategies for a number of countries, and more importantly, in the East African region. I work as a consultant, but also in partnership with the GFCE, which is the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. It's an international non-governmental organization that deals with cyber capacity development across the globe. We are doing a lot of work in Africa. I also lead the project on AU and GFCE collaboration project, looking at how to enhance cyber capacity development in Africa, especially in all the 55 countries. So we've been working with a number of you who are attending, I'm sure, and we've just had a meeting today morning on the issues on cyber capacity and relating especially to the subject matter at hand today. So I look forward to joining my fellow panelists in terms of addressing some of the issues that have been posed forward. I really thank you again for welcoming me. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martin. We also look forward to hearing your wonderful insights about these issues. I'll start from my immediate right, Victor. People have been seeing you, but we need to know who is Victor. I don't want to.
All right, thank you very much, Lillian. My name is Victor Capillo from the Kenya ICT Action Network. I'm a trustee there. KICTANET is an ICT policy think tank working to build capacity, promote awareness, and effective multi-stakeholder engagement on various ICT policy issues with a view to catalyze ICTs in Kenya, in the region, and across the continent. Thank you, and really glad to be here.
Thank you, Victor. To my most immediate left, and then the last.
Good afternoon. My name is Yada Seukindo. I'm a program manager at Jamii Forums, an NGO in Tanzania that works in advocacy for digital rights, accountability, good governance, and democracy. And also we operate the largest archive of Swahili content and the most visited local website in Tanzania, jamiiforums.com. Thank you.
Most welcome, Ziada, and happy to be here with you. And we do thank Jamii Forum to having supported the East Africa IGF, and we look forward to your insights. Nelson?
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Nelson Kwaje. I'm the chairperson of Defy Hate Now in South Sudan. Defy Hate Now is an organization that works on civic tech, primarily on combating hate speech, misinformation, and incitement to violence. I'm also the initiator of a program called SafetyCom. It runs in South Sudan. It's a public hotline for cybersecurity. So we handle a lot of cybersecurity incident requests on behalf of the public in partnership with the National Communication Authority in South Sudan. It's a delight being here.
Thank you, Nelson. So to kickstart this conversation, we have quite a number of set questions, but to Nelson, since you still have the mic, and this question will go to you and Ziada. You work with communities every day. I know Jamii Forums, that's this platform, you know, that encourages free speech. You know, the biggest, I don't know if it's the right word, that the biggest database, online database in Tanzania. But also, Nelson, you work with communities, initiatives like Defy Hate and all the like. In your view, what concerns are there? What are the prevailing concerns in the cybersecurity space, you know, from your work and interactions?
Thanks. I've been in this space for some time now, in East Africa and also in South Sudan. And I think probably one of the biggest concerns with cybersecurity is that it's, at least now it's a bit a mainstream issue, but it's one of the most misunderstood and also misconstrued subjects. Since that, in a way, the cybersecurity is not taken seriously. I'm not talking about the public, but I'm talking about like really even organizations that you deem to be serious don't take cybersecurity seriously. So you find that it's the biggest concerns we see, like cybersecurity is only talked about when there is hacking or when data has been breached and stuff like that. So it's usually too little, too late. In the case of South Sudan, one of the concerns when we came with the communities is we spent a lot of time to educating the users so that you don't do firefighting cybersecurity response, but you follow cybersecurity hygiene, you do the best practices and stuff like that. And people usually want a quick fix. And I usually talk about cybersecurity hygiene because it's a good analogy. Because when you ask someone, what should you do to be healthy? Telling a person that you should just wash your hand and ignore everything else is definitely, it will be very absurd. If you wash your hand and you don't eat for a few days, you'll still not be healthy. But for cybersecurity, people want a quick fix. Some people just talk about passwords, other people want to focus on other things and stuff like that. So this idea of cybersecurity as a way of cyber hygiene has been the biggest kind of challenge in us in trying to educate communities. Like it has to start with a holistic approach, even for organizations. Like I personally spend a lot of time in South Sudan just talking to organizations about investing in cybersecurity. Anything from best practices to policies, and I also spend a lot of time talking to governments. And I've also seen this also not only in South Sudan, but also in Kenya. I remember there is a big organization that I will not mention here. I once went and worked on their server to develop their website. So we developed the website with the newest infrastructure, and as soon as we put the website on the server, the whole website collapsed. So like, okay, what is the issue? So we go and investigate, and we realized that they were running on Ubuntu 6 or 7. And by then, the latest Ubuntu version was, I don't know what is the current one, by then it was 16. So, so you have all these versions that this organization has never updated, and they are just, they're following the policy: if it is not broken, don't touch it. So the IT manager was looking at it as if it's no, it's working. So then we had to have a conversation around like, hey, like you need to do a lot of preventive things before things get out of hand. So really taking cybersecurity seriously and intentionally and investing in it continues to be the biggest kind of predicament of engaging with the public and also the private sector.
Thank you, Nelson. I think very interesting points on misunderstanding, you know, it's a misunderstood concept, and then the hygiene, and then you take it, it's not broken, don't fix it. But again, I know Emmanuel on Zoom, on remotely will have some interesting points to share in regard to that. But quickly, I jump to you, Ziada. Running this sort of, you know, online database, what are some of those concerns that you've come across when it comes to, you know, cybersecurity, in just from your institution, but also within the country?
Okay. Like apart from running the JamiForums.com, we also do cybersecurity trainings and workshops. And one of the things I can speak on is, I can say, lack of knowledge on the issues of cybersecurity and cyber crimes, both on the sides of the citizens and also the law enforcers. So for the citizens, it's, so they're caught in these crimes, and also they become easy targets due to lack of knowledge. But also on the law enforcers' side, it leads to dismissal of cases when people go to report because of lack of knowledge. But also there is, when it comes to, I think, policy makers, there's also the issue of neglecting financial cyber crimes or financial cyber issues. I think this is due to the fact that in Tanzania, I can speak for the Tanzanian context, these crimes are maybe somewhat small scale, but then one thing to note is that as technology advances, these small-scale crimes, these people just sending SMSs, send 20,000 here, send 50,000 there, they'll increase these amounts, and then these will become like large-scale crimes. So even when you look at the Cyber Crimes Act of 2015, you can see that it does not really look at financial crimes. It rather focuses on crimes related to maybe content and things of the sort. So this is, from what I can see from discussions and all that, people are slowly starting to suffer from financial crimes. Yeah.
Thank you, Ziada. And again, I'm looking at some of, you know, like, it's kind of a general kind of, you know, approach, you know, the crimes, the lack of, you know, taking things seriously, you know, focusing on particular aspects and neglecting others. But quickly, I want to jump to Emmanuel Chagara. You've heard some of these concerns that have been raised by the panelists here with us in the room. From your perspective, are these really concerns, and how can this be addressed, you know, at the regional level, in addition to, you know, addressing them at state jurisdiction? You mentioned that you work closely with the government of Uganda. Are there any particular examples you could share with us in how you've been engaging in addressing this? And again, the same question will apply to probably Martin and Victor to share similar experiences. Similar experiences.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can get me well?
Yes, Emma. Yes, Emmanuel, we can hear you. So
Yes.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, I've been following the discussions. Definitely quite intriguing, but also not really far-fetched from what we also have here in Uganda. And I have studied several countries across East Africa. I've been fortunate to work closely with most of them on matters of cybersecurity. And indeed, it is true that when it comes to issues around cybersecurity, it is more of a reactive issue rather than a proactive one. So you find that efforts towards building necessary controls are often relegated to the time when an incident occurs. I mean, you will find an institution that is throwing to the backbench expenses towards education and awareness of its staff, or deploying basic security controls that may cost them a little money, or running security audits and penetration tests. But whenever an incident occurs, then you will find all of the money available suddenly. I was seeing a sudden joke that some guy shared where Uber, after being hit, that was sometime last month, they automatically advertised over 8 security engineers' jobs. So you'd ask yourself, did they know that they needed these roles filled before the incident, or they waited for the incident to occur? So this example also brings to light the fact that world over, institutions are still grappling with the fact that security is not something that is still at the center stage of boardroom discussions, but rather reactive efforts. I think that this is very unfortunate. In recent times, however, I have been interacting with several boards, several government staff, and you could see that now there is more interest, there is more concern. Definitely is also drawing to the fact that there has been an increased level of cyber attacks. Study has shown that over the last 2 years, post and during COVID, the world over has experienced a 600% rise in cybercrime across the globe. East Africa, of course, is not excluded from this. And the same thing that we're experiencing in Uganda, in Kenya, Tanzania, South Sudan, are the same experiences that we see across the world. So from a policy perspective, opportunities that I see here is that, one, we have a clean slate. Because cyber security is an emerging sector, cybercrime is an emerging problem. Many businesses are just getting their feet on figuring out how to deal with it in terms of budgeting, in terms of hiring, filling up positions, in terms of building policies. Even governments are struggling with the same. For example, the Malabo Convention of 2014, as of today, only 29 countries are now subscribers to that convention. This already shows you the gap that we have between implementation and the wishful thinking that we always have. So the opportunities that I see here for us from a policy perspective and also from the private sector perspective is that we have a clean slate. We have an opportunity to build the safe internet that we want. Whenever we think about the environment that we want to do businesses in, we want to collaborate in, we want to reach out to our loved ones, we want to build our businesses, we want to innovate across, we have to think about the safety that comes along with it. And this is where the opportunity comes for us. So while we are discussing issues around policies, I also hope that we are able to see the opportunities that this comes with, especially from the entrepreneurship perspective, from the innovators' perspective, among others. Some of the concerns, as you have brought up, some of the concerns that definitely we have to now prepare ourselves to deal with moving on are concerns around cross-border crime. Cybercrime is a cross-border crime. Being a cross-border crime means that a country such as Uganda needs to be in good books or in good relation with Kenya or with Rwanda for us to have to amicably resolve any emerging crisis of that nature. In recent times, unfortunately, we have seen increased aggression on certain selected East African countries. I hope that over this forum, we are also able to come up with meaningful resolutions to advise our governments, because these aggressions go a long way in affecting collaboration towards building a safer space. About 2-3 years ago, we experienced an incident where a bank was, I can mention the name because it was in the media, this was Equity Bank, that was hit in Rwanda, and it turns out that the criminals were from Uganda and Kenya. Now, Uganda and Kenya were both handed over the criminals who were prosecuted. So this is the kind of collaboration that we should be pursuing. And so while I'm talking about the concerns, we should also be able to address those concerns. The continued clamp on internet freedom is still an issue of concern that also affects our effectiveness to build a safer internet space. What do I mean by this? If country A does not recognize country B as committed to a safer internet space, to internet freedom, to internet user rights, then country B will most probably not receive the same level of attention from country A whenever they need to respond to matters of cybercrime. So these are all areas that are important for us. I want to first pause there for now. I have shared concerns and also opportunities. Let us continue with the discussion. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. You raised very interesting points, and I do hope the remaining two panelists will have something left to talk about. But before I jump to Dr. Martin, I would like to pose it to Victor. Of course, here we've heard from Sudan, we've heard from Uganda, we've heard from Tanzania, and I know cybersecurity is cross-cutting. Like, you know, it's not a one country problem. It's a global concern. It's a user concern. But from Kenya and the work that you're doing, what are some of those concerns that you've come around, and what kind of approach or what kind of recommendations would you give to address this from the regional perspective?
Thank you very much, Lillian, for that question, and also the previous speakers for highlighting quite a number of the concerns. I just want to say that quite a number of them are similar. We are operating on the same network. We are more or less the same people, similar levels of challenges across. And I think just another thing to mention in terms of one of the growing challenges is just the increased number of cyber attacks, as had been mentioned during the period. We are promoting the digital economy, but we are not promoting the security of that economy, and that is a big challenge for getting people to trust and build confidence in terms of using that network. So I think it's important to focus on that. The other challenge that we are seeing is in terms of siloed approaches. All the East African countries each are pursuing a different cybersecurity agenda. Different sectors within the region or within countries are pursuing their own individual agendas. Whether it's the banking sector, they provide only security for banking and forget that if the telco side is insecure, then the banking or financial side will still be affected. Another challenge that we've seen is the increasing level of securitization. Of course, we know that cybersecurity includes the word security, but it's not only security. And while it is important to guard our borders or cyber borders, we must not just think of cybersecurity as only a national security issue. It's much broader, and that perspective needs to be shared across. So in terms of opportunities, and based on what the previous speakers have already mentioned, and which I agree that it's important that we prioritize cybersecurity and elevate the level of attention that is paid to cybersecurity in the normal work. It was music to my ears when one of the speakers in the previous session mentioned that the EAC was making some effort to develop a regional cybersecurity and data protection framework. It's something that has been a big challenge for quite a number of years in terms of just getting the region to organize around a common legislative instrument at the regional level. But again, we still see that the Africa Union Convention has still not been ratified by quite a number of countries, and which also begs the question then, if we do a regional one and, if we are not supporting regional initiatives and adopting and ratifying regional instruments which could be useful in terms of helping develop standards, then there could be a challenge there, but it's also an opportunity to learn from how the process was done. Just to give an example, that when, and someone had mentioned the Kenyan cybersecurity strategy, we must try and make sure that our processes of developing laws and policies are inclusive and multi-stakeholder in nature. When we went to develop the strategy, I was invited to a meeting, and the document was not made available to the participants. We were watching it on the screen, and it was adopted. We are happy we have a strategy, but we only saw the text of it after it was adopted. So we must start thinking of how do we make sure that the policy development process is inclusive, and we're saying that cybersecurity is everybody's responsibility. No one institution can run away with it and say we are going to develop this one and give you at the end. The networks are operated by telcos, ISPs. Governments don't run a lot of these networks, so if you have to make rules that apply to groups, then you need to make sure that they are included in the process. The other aspect I think that it's important to mention is how then can we build multi-stakeholder partnerships across and promote coordination and cooperation at the national and regional level. It's good that we're having this discussion at the regional level, and I think it is important to have greater collaboration, especially amongst for example, the SATs, and had been mentioned. We don't have a regional organization of SATs within East Africa, and most of the SATs operate individually, and if they were able to work together, it would be very beneficial. The other aspect is how do we mobilize the political will? We know we have a couple of politicians in the room. The political will is important, whether it's in cyber diplomacy, to help make sure that the voices and the positions of countries within East Africa are, I'll use the word harmonized and coordinated towards a particular agenda when countries are negotiating at the global level and even within the regional level. We must be able to speak in one voice based on the common challenges and the common shared future that we have as a region. The other thing I think that presents an opportunity is how can we invest in more research, evidence-based research, that can actually give us the data. One of my colleagues here said that cyber fraud is on the rise, but what are the numbers? How are the telcos sharing this information, and the regulators, how are they sharing information across the region? Now, when I came to Tanzania, I can send M-Pesa to a Tanzanian number. But what happens if I send it to a crook? Where do we start? How do we start doing the recovery process if we are not able to coordinate, and if this data is not able to get to the universities and the research institutions and the regulators, so that then we can make better informed decisions in terms of how we're going to advance our cybersecurity future. And I think lastly is just to think of how then can we increase education and awareness. It has been mentioned that cyber hygiene should be a priority for us all. But over and above cyber hygiene awareness for the public, we must also start thinking of where our learning institutions, what are the university courses that are there. And the example that was given by my colleague here that, the ICT officer, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Perhaps they didn't know how to fix it. So are we investing in the skills and the skill set, and do we have the number of cybersecurity experts within the region to be able to respond and even to anticipate what forms of attacks? Because one of the colleagues said that we're always reactionary. So how can we start anticipating and preventing the attacks before they start happening, so that then we can build more confidence in the use of ICTs? So we cannot sit back and wait and say, we are all using free Wi-Fi here, but who knows? What guarantees are there that it is secure and safe? just because it's EAC, you know. So let's think about that. And I think lastly is just to mention on the issue of capacity also is when these attacks happen, who do we go to, and are they able to sort the problem out? I don't know about Tanzania, but how many here in our East African countries, how many people have seen computers in our police stations? You know, across, yeah? It's not, they're not there everywhere. So what's the capacity of the police officers in the rural areas to respond to cyber incidents when you report that you've been hacked? You know, do you go to the police? Yes, it's a cyber crime. Yeah? What's the capacity of our judicial officers when these cases are brought, if and when they are brought? Are they able to appreciate the dynamics? In Kenya, we had this issue of hacking during the presidential petition in September, in August. You know, people said the Electoral Commission servers were hacked. And it was a very, you could see the confusion in terms of just the level of understanding of what exactly is this hacking. Where was this server? What is this password? And all these questions come. So even as we're looking at capacity building, let us also look at our law enforcement, because we know we are still a bit behind in terms of capacity. And the focus of our law enforcement has largely been on penal code, thinking that that is the only law, but we have so many laws, and cyber laws need to now be elevated and be made, you know, more people to be made aware that these laws are good, and they could, at least the good parts of those laws, or in as much as we need to reform and address those ones that affect digital rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. Very interesting issues you've raised: awareness creation, the capacity of the law enforcement, inclusive policy development, multi-stakeholder approaches, the need for political will, and I'm glad that we have policymakers, legislators present. Perhaps this is something that we can further look at. But I would like to jump to Dr. Martin. You've listened to some of the contributions from the panelists, from the issues that are currently being faced, and to the needs, what needs to be done. From your perspective and from your experience working with the GFCE, different countries and probably institutions are using different approaches to, you know, addressing cybersecurity interventions. How does this affect potential collaborative, you know, efforts such as cross-border data transfers? And I think Emmanuel mentions that, you know, internet freedom, you know, clamp down issues, you know, if country X is doing something, is not really taking safety seriously, how can they address a crime that is being committed by a citizen in another country or something like that? How can we, as we pursue digitalization, you know, digital transformation, we are pushing all this, how do we get to harmonize, you know, these difficult approaches and interventions? What is your experience like, you know, from, I know you've been canvassing Africa and doing these sorts of engagements. Perhaps you could share with us some of your experiences and what would be the key takeaways when we are addressing cybersecurity policy interventions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lillian. I've been listening very carefully to my colleagues and the panelists there. And I'm aware that the room is also full of other stakeholders who might be listening keenly as well. I want to address this issue in 4 areas. So first of all, I want us to look at the issue about non-state actors and state actors. And we can question and say, who should be more responsible, or where does the buck stop? And to whom does the buck stop, as they say? So that's, first of all, the first issue. The second one is the issue about the national, regional, and international cooperation and dynamics, and what are the pitfalls and the advantages, as alluded by some of the panelists. And then, of course, the third issue is the opportunities that I see within cyber, and of course, one of the issues that you've mentioned about data protection and privacy, and how the data flow from one country to another, and how it can be affected. And then lastly, I'll give a perspective of the GFCE, especially just picking up on a few examples of what can be achieved through the experiences that we have. So first of all, the issue around a state actor and an unstate actor. And I'm assuming non-state actors could be civil society, private sector, citizens, and so forth, who are not necessarily the state. And we can ask who should be responsible for cybersecurity, so at what level and to what extent. And I see this in a number of areas. So let's start with the state, that is the nations. It is important that nations take cybersecurity seriously. I listened very carefully to Nelson, and he alluded to the fact that it is almost difficult to convince sometimes people to invest in cybersecurity because they don't see the danger at the time. And I think an example that he gave is one example. When things are running well, then you don't do anything. It's only when there's an issue, that's when you raise something. So therefore, at a national level, governments have to, first of all, buy into the idea that cybersecurity is critical, because it does not necessarily just happen that you need cybersecurity, but it supports the digital transformation that many countries are now embarking on. COVID showed us quite a lot of vulnerability because most of the country does not have the infrastructure. And so is cybersecurity, because if you don't protect your infrastructure, when something goes wrong, then you are absolutely vulnerable and you cannot actually affect the services to the citizens. So first of all, at a national level, it's important to follow what we call best practice, and that is to have a national cybersecurity strategy. That strategy can address a number of issues. One, of course, we've talked about it, is the policies that are necessary to be in place, legislation that is necessary to be in place, but also regulation that is necessary to be in place. There is a template that I know ITU and other colleagues in the world have already put out there, and even there is a catalog within the GFCE community that can be used by any country to be able to know exactly how to go about developing a national cybersecurity strategy. I'm glad that within the East African region, and having been part of this particular process, many of the countries have what we call the first level strategy. So they have a strategy in place. It's only an issue of how effective those strategies are. And as we speak right now, of course, we've been talking about the review of some of the strategies and so forth. But at a national level, the first thing I would look at is a strategy to be in place. That strategy should address a number of elements that I've mentioned, the policy, regulation, and issues to do with legislation. The strategy should also address the awareness and outreach programs, issues to do with skills development, and also making sure that you can innovate within that particular space. So that is important at the national level, because you need those particular skill sets, and you need citizens to be aware of what's going on continuously. The other third issue at the national level is to protect your infrastructure. So therefore, the development of certs is important, because institutions are vulnerable from time to time, as we see it. Governments have to offer services to their citizens. It can only be able to guarantee those services if the infrastructure is secure, or at least provides the resilience that is required. So therefore, having a resilient infrastructure that can support digital services, that can support digital transactions, that can support services to the citizens at the minimalist level is important. So that's something that needs to be taken into consideration. So therefore, the critical national infrastructure, the critical information infrastructure protection programs and frameworks are very important for the country. The other aspect that we need to look at very, very critically is the issue about the cooperation and coordination, both at national level, but also at regional level, which I'll come to at some point. At national level, institutions have to be able to sit at the table and be able to understand the issue cyber. I listened very carefully to Victor, and I know the problems in Kenya and other countries which are similar, whereby whenever you mention the word security, especially when you talk of cybersecurity, then the interpretation is that it belongs to the security agencies of that particular country. The point is that security can be food security, it can be border security, it can be, so there are so many, it can be even military security, it can be national security in terms of police. So the security can be in various forms. Cybersecurity is a subset of the national security. So therefore, when you're treating cybersecurity, we have to treat it as an, sort of like a security component that affects both at a national level the security forces and others, but also the citizens. So therefore, the inclusion of people participating in that level should be across the board. So that's important to have in a country, and that's why the multi-stakeholder approach in terms of developing either governance structure or developing cybersecurity committees and so forth in the country are important. And of course, we should talk about funding. Funding is important because if you don't talk about how you're going to fund those particular big projects within at the national level, then you can't attain what the strategy is trying to ascribe to, or what the strategy is trying to aspire to achieve. So therefore, countries, and I'm sure you've got people from the policy, the government side in the room, should be able to understand that funding is critical. The other issue is the sustainment of those particular projects that you are targeted. A good example is, and I'll give this just to make sure that we get it right, is that there's some countries that have realized that when you set up a CERT, you can then offer services that CERT can offer to the private sector. And that brings income to the CERT development in the country, and therefore it can be self-sustaining. So therefore, when we are looking for funds, let's not look externally. We should also look internally and see how do we revolve this particular service in order to generate capital. So at the state level, as I said earlier, these are the fundamental basics that needs to be in place in order to achieve and address some of the problems that my colleagues have specified. When you come to non-state actors also have a responsibility. The responsibility here is also to adhere to what the regulation, the policy, and what is required of the non-state actors. Things like, for example, standards. It's important for non-state actors to adhere to standards that have been recommended by the state in order to maintain their security, in order to maintain their infrastructure to the level that we expect. The non-state actors also have to be participatory. So that means we don't just criticize the state, but we should participate in order to help the state to achieve its objective. A good example is the telecom sector. The telecom sector owns roughly about more than 80% or 70% in some countries of the infrastructure. So therefore, if there is something that talks on cyber, the telecom sector, the private sector, has to be part of that discussion so that they can be able to implement, so that they can be able to instill and be able to install the proper, whether it's a proper platform that can be compliant across the board in order to have a well and holistic solution when it comes to cyber in that aspect. So non-state actors have a responsibility. The citizens do have a responsibility too, especially when it comes to self-responsibility within your household, within your office, and how you use specific devices, and how you can be able to avoid being vulnerable. Much as we do awareness and outreach for many of the countries, then it is also the responsibility for the users to be responsible in how they, or what they put out there in terms of information, how they are, the level of gullibility, so that they can avoid being conned and so forth. So there is a responsibility in those two. The other aspect that I wanted to talk to very quickly is the issue around the national and regional. I think this has been addressed quite a bit in terms of, is it okay to have regional dynamics? Or does regional dynamics have some impediments? That means some issues that need to be addressed. In totality, it is important that our regions continue the way they are in terms of enhancing, making sure that there is a cohesive way of how countries can be able to join up, especially in the area of cyber capacity. One example is, of course, the East African Community, which this particular meeting is taking place. You've got one of the most dynamic ways of how most of the communities trying to work together in order to address specific areas. We've seen SADC, we've seen ECOWAS, the Arab states, and even ECAS. These are regional economic communities in Africa that are helping to build capacity in countries, and which we do encourage that. There is also challenges in that. Sometimes you might find some countries want to move faster than others. Some countries cannot afford to be able to conform quickly, as we've seen in the issue of Malabo Convention and so forth. But these should be able to be addressed internally with the dynamics that go with it. Sometimes regional communities do get funding to help regional countries to achieve specific objectives. And we've seen that especially in the harmonization of legislation in some of the regions. We've seen that now with the harmonization of cybersecurity strategy framework. We've seen that in SADC region. We've seen that within Africa itself, which is embarking on the same exercise. So therefore, regional dynamics are important, but sometimes are affected by what we call the red tape. They're affected by overregulation. They're affected by the conformity of other countries in order to go to the next step. But we do encourage that. At national level, it's important to also emphasize that the national level dynamics should be continuous, it should be active, and it should also be seamless so that it can be able to interact with what the regional requirements are. So therefore, countries actually come from one stage to the next going regionally. On a comment on the issue around CERT at the regional level, I would like to, and this is my opinion, I would like to express a health warning. It has to be very prescriptive. What do I mean by this? We have to be very careful that if you have a regional CERT, then that regional CERT must be very prescriptive to the point where you don't jeopardize the sovereignty of data of another country. Because you can imagine if all your logs are being sent to country Y within the region for them to be addressed, then there's also this issue of responsibility that comes into it. But there's no doubt there are areas where regional dynamics will help, especially in the SAC. For example, cyber drills. For example, learning and enhancing the understanding of CERTs. For example, managing CERTs, because CERTs is people, it's not just equipment. These are areas that I do support at a regional level, can be very, very beneficial. And we've seen that in the SADC region, where Mauritius has a center of excellence for CERT, and they're using it very, very economically and very well to do that. So therefore, when it comes to regional dynamics, especially on the issues of CERT, especially on the issues that affect the countries specifically, it has to be very prescriptive to the level that no country will be jeopardized, especially if they are handing over their data to another country for assessment. So that's one area that I think we need to be concerned. In the third issue around the opportunities, I know we've dwelt about the issues of innovation, the issues of research in the region, but I want us to really sit back and look at the issues around turning cybersecurity to make it a business. This is something that we are trying to push in Africa so that we can try and start investing in cybersecurity, not as a problem, but as a business. Think about it this way. All antiviruses, most of them come from outside Africa. Most of the solutions that we adopt in our infrastructure, most of them come outside Africa. The question is, how do we turn that around? So we need to start building capacity in colleges, tertiary institutions, and universities to be able to turn the corner so that when you talk about cybersecurity, let's not talk about it as a problem. Let's talk about it as a solution where somebody can make money, can make revenue, so that our young people, and when I say young, it's not necessarily young, even young in mind, you can be old in age, but young in mind, can be able to adopt and be able to be part of the value chain that can be able to reap the benefits of that. We've seen a lot of innovation coming from Africa. I think one of the notable ones, of course, we know is the issue of mobile money, which is heavily used in Africa more than other continents. And there's a lot of innovation that has come on top of that mobile money platform. We've seen insurance, we've seen issues of credit ratings, there's so many other services that are coming on top. And let's think that way in the issue when it comes to cyber. How does cybersecurity become a business? Let's start teaching people how to make antivirus codes. Let's start teaching people how to make sure that they can install systems. Let's start teaching people how to make sure that they can provide that as a service, because that's where I believe most of the countries in the region will reap benefit. And we've seen that already. There are some countries that are using service as their main source of delivery in order to benefit their citizens going forward. So that's something that I really want us to emphasize, that in that point of opportunities. There are other opportunities that we've seen, collaborative opportunities that are there, that's important. We want to emphasize as well that the cyber diplomacy, which Victor touched on, is no longer an issue of the preserve. It is something that really anybody in that room who is thinking of another career in cybersecurity, think about cyber diplomacy. This is an area that requires a lot of expertise. It requires a lot of people to be in there. Somebody might be asking a question, what about the guys who are in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? We encourage that ministry to have an exchange program, encourage those staff members to start learning about cyber so that they can understand the issues at the global level. Because right now we are seeing things going beyond our borders, and therefore once it reaches the global level, it's important to understand that. And then lastly, Lillian, I know I've taken a bit of time, is the area of what is it that the GFCE does that can benefit the members who are listening in the room right now and others who will listen to this particular recording later. There are areas that the GFCE, which is the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise, has embarked on. The example that I want to give is the collaboration between the AU, the African Union, and the GFCE on enhancing cybersecurity capacity building in Africa. So this has been a program that has been running for the last 2 years. I know some of you in the room have been part of this particular process as experts whom we've called across. There were 3 areas that we looked at. Number 1 is to assess the capacity and the priorities of countries. We've talked about COVID. COVID affected many countries, so therefore many countries have changed their priorities. And some of them are now investing more in the digital platform because of the COVID pandemic and the lessons learned. And some of them are overstretched financially to be able to cope with the demand of services that citizens are demanding, especially online digital services. So that's number 1, to assess the priorities. Number 2 was to build what we are calling a sustainment strategy for Africa, whereby we can have a community. And I'm glad to say that this community is now called the Africa Cyber Experts Community. It's comprising of experts from each of the countries that are participating, and I'm glad that most of the countries in Africa are participating in this particular program. And some of you in that room, of course, are part of this particular aspect. And then the third aspect was to develop what we call knowledge modules. These are best standards, or at least what we call good practice, modules that are online that somebody can have access to. The whole of this particular program was addressing 3 issues, especially in the knowledge modules. The 3 issues were the issue around addressing the gaps. How can somebody seated in Cote d'Ivoire, how can somebody seated in Uganda, how can somebody seated in Mauritius be able to understand the issues of developing a strategy, but learn the lessons that were done by Uganda, Tanzania, and other countries without necessarily moving from where they are? That's what the module brings. So it brings the experience, it brings the knowledge, it brings what we call a reference point for you to be able to refer, and it brings contacts and case studies that you can understand and avoid mistakes that other countries have already gone through for you to get it right the first time. When I was doing a lot of work in the telecom sector, we used to be told that get it right the first time. It will save you a lot of cost. So I think countries need to adopt that kind of approach, and that's why the knowledge modules are there to help practitioners, to help policymakers, to help decision makers, and even the civil society and other individual citizens to have the basics that they need to understand this issue. And we have addressed a number of areas, and I wouldn't want to go into that, but those areas are available. The other aspect that we have addressed is communication. What Nelson talked about earlier is an issue of how communication has become an issue. And of course, Emmanuel also touched on it. So the aspect is, how do we make sure that policymakers and other stakeholders in cyber are able to communicate effectively so that people can be able to understand, they can be able to get the help they need, they can be able to drive issues cyber forward. That is a very important issue.
Dr. Martin?
And then the other issue is, lastly, is the issue on the gender. So we've addressed gender as well in that. And thank you very much for that particular session.
Thank you so much, Martin. I think you've said everything that needs to be said, and I'm sure we had quite a number of cyber security policy-related questions in the session that was before this one, and looking back, I see that you've addressed almost all those questions. And of course, you do raise very important aspects on how do we approach cybersecurity at national and regional levels. And I don't want to go much into saying what you've already said. Thank you so much, and we do really appreciate the call that you've given out to, the stakeholders in this room and those who are following us. In the interest of time, I know this session, when it comes to cybersecurity issues, we are always excited, and I think that's what led us into trouble that we are in from the previous question. So I would like to open the floor. If there are any, yes, I anticipated that. If there are any questions, I see 3 hands. Try to keep it brief. Please don't make submissions, because I think we've had submissions. Make your interventions quick, to the point, so that we can give time to our panelists to address them. Thank you. So the mic, I'll start I'll start with a hand behind to the voices that we've not heard, then I'll bring it further. So there's a hand there. Kindly pass on the mic, or you could as well just come and ask your question from here to enable us, save time. The mic. Maybe the person who has a mic open can start.
Thank you. I'm just hoping that we can adapt something from this forum.
Yes.
We have the first for cybersecurity SATs that collaborate with each other. So out of this forum, could we recommend that the East African, I know that there is a SAT, the YACON, but how often is it engaged? How do we often utilize it, or how do we rely on it? Or if it's not enforcing its the country to use it, okay, the member states to use it, I would think that it's something that we should take away from here. Our SAT, enhancing our SAT further to support the region.
Thank you, Gloria. That is something we can look at. And I remember Engineer Murenzi mentioned that the ESC is working around mobilizing resources towards establishing a regional SAT or strengthening it. So I would like to give the floor to your immediate neighbor, and then I'll pass the mic to the lady at the back.
Thank you. Minor comments, because I don't want us to go out thinking that the region is very far behind cybersecurity. Number one, the East African community itself, since 2018.
Sorry, for purposes of our panelists and those who are not in the room, to just say your affiliation.
My name is Ali Simba. I'm the Executive Secretary of the East African Communication Organization. I'd like to give a comment, not questions. Number one, this region has done very well in terms of cybersecurity, and there's a lot of improvement, probably more than any other sub-region in Africa. So I don't want people going out here thinking we are somewhere there dying in a sort. Most of our countries now have the cyber laws, both in terms of the cyber crime, as well as the data protection and e-transaction, which are the 3 components of Malabo Convention that is trying to convince countries to make. That's number one. Number two, I also don't want people to think that Malabo Convention is failing. Most of these laws, and I'll give you a typical example of laws in Tanzania that I was part of in formulating it, all of them are referring to Malabo, and I'll tell you probably most of the laws made are referring to Malabo. So maybe it's high time now for the African Union to try to categorize on how people have utilized the Malabo Convention instead of looking at how many countries have ratified it. Another thing is I want to when we speak about cybersecurity, we are always looking at it in a very negative way. And I'm saying this because since we came here in the morning, we have never talked about the opportunity that the cyberspace is providing. And we usually look at the negative. And I'm giving this again as an example. in Tanzania 2015, when we were formulating cybercrime and e-transaction, the only law that was getting a lot of comment, almost all the comments, was cybercrime. But the e-transaction, which provide opportunities to businesses, no one mentioning it. In fact, if I ask here from the colleagues from Tanzania here, if anyone ever heard of e-transaction act, probably you get 1 or 2% only. We never talk about it. We always talk about negativity of cyberspace. As such, we discourage people going into business into cyberspace. So I think we may also need to look a different way when we discuss these issues, to have sessions that are looking at opportunities. Today, when you talk about the cross-border e-commerce, it's been enabled because of e-transaction. The African free trade area, it can only be successful if we talk as an opportunity for business moving across borders and so on. So we may need to look at how we arrange our sessions to encourage our youth to know that there are opportunities, and there are laws basically encouraging them to invest and protect them in that space. And lastly, I also want to make a comment. As long as we don't have the regional SAT, it doesn't mean our SATs are not working. The SAT, the way it works, they work each other. In fact, you can find Tanzanian SAT work with the US SAT, because it depends on where the threats are coming and who are the most dangerous to be in trouble. So our SATs are working very well, and being in the region, they are communicating probably frequently. Now, the regional SAT is just coming to finalize a form of coordination, but it's not like we must have a regional SAT, and because we don't have it, our SAT are not working. I just wanted to make a few in this area so that we go out looking that we are doing a lot of stuff in this region.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. And I think what you raise is there's the issue of the awareness creation, and that has kind of, been mentioned by all the panelists, from Dr. Martin to Emmanuel to Victor and Ziada and Nelson. There's need of awareness. If the law, if the policies are there, how can we get them to the wananchi understand what the law, what the policy says? How can we, push for innovation in regard to the law is there, push for innovation, and that has been, mentioned by the panelists. And I think what, as a key takeaway from what Gloria was suggesting, these are some of the things that we need to take out of here, that we know this exists, we need to support, we need to do more engaging. But thank you so much for the commentary and clarifications on some of the issues that have been raised. One last question, and then I would like to wrap up. We can always continue the conversation. The lady at the back, please introduce yourself and try to keep it brief. Could you mind standing, because we can't seem to see you? Sorry.
My name is Patience.
Oh, welcome, Patience.
DRC. So excuse me for my English is not very good.
It's okay.
I want to have a question for
the mic. Is the mic on?
I have a question for the expert on cyber security. You say you did a sensibilization. I want to know which methodology you use to convince those organizations to use cybersecurity application. As you know, cybersecurity application is not free and is very expensive. How do you convince them to use a backup application than to use a flash disk, for example? And the second question is for the
Victor.
Your white.
Victor, yes.
Can you tell me can you do the difference between economies of ICT and digital economy. Do you make difference between those?
Thank you so much, Patience, and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Patience was supposed to be on the first panel speaking about the NRIs. She's come from DRC, but as we know, our travels were affected by you know what. She made it early in the morning, so welcome, Patience. We hope to engage with you in the last session. So I'll close off the Q&A. There's one. Please try to keep it brief.
Yes, thank you. For mine is a clarification that I make a mistake when I was presenting the Burundi IGF report, saying that there is a law fighting against cybersecurity, instead of saying that there is a law fighting against cybercrime. I also forget that there is already created an office in the police corps which is anti-crime for the cybercriminality. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Dennis, you had a question which I think should have come first. Kindly share your question. I think it was directed to Martin.
Yes, to Dr. Martin, thanks. Dennis from South Sudan. And I love the conversation on cybersecurity. Last month was dedicated for the cybersecurity awareness, and I was able to engage with a lot of radio stations and the young people. I just wanted to assume that not everybody understands digital infrastructure. That's why I wanted Dr. Martin to elaborate on that. What does he mean when he says infrastructure?
Thank you, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, one more and I'm going to close off. Because, I mean, cybersecurity is very, very interesting. We can have, you know, this conversation for the rest of the meeting, but we need to also create time for the next, unless we are going to be here up to 7 p.m. But yes, please, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. This is Sanket from Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology, Arusha. And I'm here representing Government of India and Government of Tanzania. And we are running an Center of Excellence in IT. And we are running 2 master's program here, which will accelerate the knowledge sharing in IT and wireless and mobile computing. So first of all, thanks to the for this wonderful forum where we are discussing this new advancements in ICT. But I have a few suggestions to do, like what we should have in East African countries and what we are missing, because I'm here from last 3 years and I've been looking to a lot of issues here in the country and in the region. So just one suggestion is, like as I'm from the cybersecurity background and high performance computing background, what I feel is we should have something called data localization law. So data localization law is the law where whatever you are, whatever data you have in your country, you're developing in your country, it has to be processed inside country only. With this, we will have more good infrastructure, we will have more good things inside the country, and we will promote the, cyber security in a way, like, because see, just imagine you have very confidential document like some military strategy, some GIS systems, and you are processing that data outside your country. That is risk. We should know like what we are doing and what we are processing. If we process our data inside the country, it's really secure. But if you are doing something which is really important, we call it critical infrastructure. If we are doing something like that and we are processing it outside the country, it's really disaster. And apart from that, we should encourage one more thing, which is called cyber awareness. We are now moving all the way from filing system to digitalized system, but still we use registers. Whenever we are moving from this old systems to new systems, we should train our staff, our colleagues regarding small things like keeping a good password. One small thing, we keep password like ABCD 1 2 3 4 5. These are passwords which we use. We make silly mistakes. We paste our passwords on our keyboards. These are very silly mistakes which leads to disaster. And cyber awareness is the first step for cyber security. If we increase the cyber awareness, we will increase the cyber security. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'll close off the open mic and give an opportunity to our panelists to react to some of the questions, but also I think there are some comments that may need reaction, probably from Emmanuel on the issue of data localization. I know this is a conversation that has been happening, and there are those who are for it and for against it, you know, considering that we are just getting to embrace technology. So if you kind of close, you know, that you close off your walls, then it may inhibit, you know, innovation. These are conversations that I've kind of read about, but again, I'm not an expert in cybersecurity. We have the experts on the panel. I would like to now give the mic to Nelson to respond to the question on the funding.
I think the question was like, how do you convince organizations to invest in proper cybersecurity? Two things. I think first of all, it's a global issue. I mean, just last year, the U.S. government, Biden has to issue like an executive order on, I think you can check it out. There was an executive order on national security because the U.S. government was being hit so much and it was from so many directions. So the federal government had to issue an executive order that kind of allowed for spending across the U.S. government on cybersecurity as a priority. And this is kind of like these are countries that you expect like have an issue of investment in that. What I will say, I think like the IT people also like, we kind of like, I mean, Dr. Martin was saying we have an issue of communication. We do have an issue of communication in terms of asking people to invest on cybersecurity. Instead of telling the managers, especially in the budget and what, okay, now we need to do this to prevent this and this, you tell them like, we need a high-end firewall. Okay, what is that? In a board meeting, who understands that? We need a high-end 16-port core switch to do. A lot of these things, whenever it reaches the budgetary approval stuff, don't make sense. So we need to start communicating more around the benefits and also the pain points. So like, for example, an organization might increase its efficiency by this level to help it avoid this kind of cost. An organization an investment in this infrastructure will help us reduce a certain vulnerability that will lead to XYZ. So there has been a huge issue of kind of communication in the language between the technical people and also the people who make decisions on the budget. The other problem is there is a schism. There is a very huge rift between where cybersecurity is being done and where critical decisions are being made. So, and that's a question of leadership also. So we find that a lot of the times the leaderships in the organizations most of the people who are making the decisions have no clue about cybersecurity, and most of the people who are doing the cybersecurity have no clue about leadership. So, I mean, you can do that two ways. You can kind of push more people with technical abilities into kind of leadership, but also you can also make, I like the Ugandan SAD, they have something very interesting. They call it the cybersecurity breakfast. Has anyone been for CEO cybersecurity breakfast? Have you been part of that? It's very nice. So like the Ugandan side, what they do, they bring CEOs of telecoms for a cybersecurity breakfast every year. And the idea with the breakfast is really not to discuss, to bring the CEOs and just tell them how the cybersecurity work, what are these issues, so that people from the leadership also lean in towards cyber. So it's kind of like happens from both sides. And then the last thing which I will kind of end with is like really do, and I do fundraising for our organization. I said like the money that you need to spend next year should be raised now. Yeah, you can't show up to my desk today morning and say, okay, we need to buy this thing for $50,000. No. a lot of times that's also a mistake. So especially fundraising, try to do it like a year prior, like really be planned and have a very clear strategic objective. That can happen both from an organizational level, but also from a national level. Like how are we, like in the next 3 years, by what percentage are we increasing our investment on cyber? As opposed to just like haphazardly trying to ask for very quick investment. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Nelson. You had a question, Victor, on something to do with digital economy and e-economy. I don't know if you can clarify on that, and then I'll call in Emmanuel to react to any of the comments, I think, on localization. And also, I think there was a question for you, Dr. Martin, on what you mean by, I think, digital infrastructure in the cybersecurity world. And then I'll close off the session. Victor.
All right, thank you. If I understood, the question was about the distinction between ICTs and the digital economy. In my view, we have to, they are distinct, but they are also related in terms of the fact that the ICTs refer to the technology, but the digital economy is just how we usually do business. But when we add, when you add technology to it, so if you're cooking and you add a spice, so the ICTs are the spice to the economy, which makes it the digital economy. So any of our economic activities that are enhanced or facilitated or made more efficient by technology, then that's when we get into the realm of the digital economy. So if you have a shop and you accept payments through mobile money, and you also make payments through it, then it means that you're also participating in the digital economy as opposed to only receiving cash. So that's how we see the distinction. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. I'll give the mic to Emmanuel and Dr. Martin. Just try to be brief on some of the commentaries made, if any. And I think I have a request from Engineer Murenzi. He wants 50 seconds, which I'll count on the dot. So I'll open it to the remote participants. Dr. Martin, I see you're the one with the mic now.
Oh, okay, thank you. Let me be very brief, and apologies for taking longer earlier. Okay, the issue around infrastructure, there are 3 issues that you have to understand. Number 1 is when we talk about the critical national infrastructure, there is a separation in there. So we normally talk about critical infrastructure. So critical infrastructure is what you call, you can take an example of critical infrastructure like roads, for example. That's a critical infrastructure, or transport is a critical infrastructure. And you can divide that into a number of areas. So you can have air transport, you can have road transport, you can have ship and rail if they exist in your country. Now, when you talk about critical information infrastructure, it is the systems that run within that. So you can take, for example, your traffic lights. Traffic lights have the system that runs the lights. There's a software that actually runs that light. So that is where you need to protect if you're protecting the critical information infrastructure protection. So you protect that. If you're protecting, let's say, critical infrastructure is like, for example, you construct a protection around that critical infrastructure. If it is, let's say, a gate or an enforced gate in a power station or a turnstile door in a power station, that's how you protect that infrastructure. So those are the differentiations around critical information infrastructure and critical infrastructure. But I'm ready to expand more. I've sent out my email and telephone number. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martin. Emmanuel, you're still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Do you have any reaction to any of the comments and probably your departing remarks?
All right, thank you. So I want to react on the issue around localizing data, which has been one of the key enforcement efforts within the Malabo Agreement. I think all or most of the African countries that have rolled out their data privacy laws have taken this into consideration. Now, the big fear that several citizens are having is the fear of surveillance and what could the government do with my data now that it's local. I think looking at it from the positive perspective, we first of all have to understand that we're trying to build an internet for ourselves. And this is something that we have to find a way to work around with. And I'm going to speak this from a very patriotic perspective, okay? Many times as Africans, the first fear that we have is what could the government do with our data? Well, it's not only Africans, it's generally a problem across the board. But then when we're talking about building our infrastructure, when we're talking about building our internet, then we should also face the question around how do we keep our data. The second element with keeping our data localized is the question around investigations and forensics and incident response. In recent times, we have worked with several institutions who are dealing with various diversities in terms of cyber attacks. For some of them, we were not able to access their infrastructure locally. And for those of you who are forensic experts, you will agree with me that if you don't have access to the hardware, then you cannot effectively image and get the full evidence that we're talking about, the artifacts that you want to extract from that from the incident. So there are advantages when it comes to localizing our data, and I would think that it outweighs the risks that we are fearing. So in my perspective, and I think as many governments have already done, it is okay for us to have a local component. But of course, for every law that I have studied, there's always a provision for one to have a remote or off-site backup. Off-site could even be out of the continent, but for as long as there is a copy of it within the country, this gives guarantee to the various policing efforts, but also to you when it comes to incidents that you want to deal with locally within your organizations. It's easier for you to get meaningful artifacts that can help you with your evidence. So I would think that this is something that we shouldn't fear, and we can only create avenues and talk about the right safeguards as the populace. How do we make sure that our data is safe? How do we ensure that the policing efforts are not in a way clamping down on us just because we have opened up, we have localized our data. So that is, that's my comment.
Thank you,
Emmanuel. I also now, as I conclude, I want to thank you, Lillian. I want to thank the East African Internet Governance Forum and all of you participants who have taken time to be present for this 2 days engagement. I think it is quite pertinent that we start talking about meaningful direction on building a safer internet across East Africa with the right collaborations, both from a government and a private perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Daniel, you're on call. You have your 50 seconds now.
Yeah, thank you, Lilian. I think I will try to use even less. On the side of the data localization, for us, we have a different spectrum. We are looking at this. Looking at the vision of the East African community for movement of people, free movement of people, goods and services. The more you think about localization of the data, the more you are limiting the trade across, limiting the services to East African citizens, of whom we are already having one passport. We are using IDs for crossing. And now, in such a context, for us to look at the localization of the data within East Africa, not at the country level. Lastly, Lilian, I want to draw attention to the continental free trade area that most of our countries have signed. The moment we think about localization of the data, and that's why the new policies we are coming up with the African Union and the East African Community Data Protection Privacy Law to allow the data accessible and movement of the data across. We have realized during the COVID that someone cannot be treated because of the data policy of the national policy, that their data cannot cross to another country. So looking in the lives of the people, looking at the services we want to give the people, and also in the trade aspect that is driving today's economy. Localization of the data at the national level creates some limitations. It's still an open discussion, but the regional bodies and international bodies, we are advocating for the openness because we have already the mandate to do the free movement of goods and services. And the data itself is a service in that context. Thank you, and I think I'm more towards the main hall. I will be entering soon.
Thank you. We look forward to seeing you here, Daniel. As we close, Ziada, do you have any departing remarks?
Yeah, I think I can just briefly say that as much as we are all kind of in the same level, I can say cybersecurity-wise, but still I think national capacities differ. So I also see an opportunity of building capacities just within the region. So we should also utilize that just to enable the countries that are somewhat behind to come up on level-wise when it comes to cybersecurity.
Thank you so much, Ziada. And I think we've heard from all the panelists. Thank you so much, dear participants, for being a very active and attentive audience. We do apologize on going overboard, but these are very interesting topics and discussions. And most of the things that we've talked about were about creating awareness, having proper institutions, capacity building, engaging the young people, making money out of cybersecurity. And I'm glad that we do have university students in the room. We have representatives, you know, from academia, away from the students. So we do hope that in the recommendations that we have, that in the report that will be shared, we'll be having properly stipulated action points. So thank you so much, very much for being with us for this afternoon session. I would like to hand over the mic to Barak to take it on from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lillian. They deserve a better round of applause. And I don't know where our photographer is. We need a good photo of this panel, which has kept us awake after the sumptuous lunch. Oh, yes. Online panelists, please hang in there. Looking at the mood in the room, I think we need to stretch a bit. And I wish to propose that we just walk briefly to that place, grab a cup of coffee or tea, and then we come back in 15 minutes so that we continue with the next session, which will be moderated by NASA.
I think, is there a consensus that we do the...
Do we continue?
And then we go for tea break?
We just finish and then have the tea. Or you want to stretch?
We can stand and do some stretching, but
yeah.
If we go out, we are going to spend another 30 minutes to get back.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So let's be on our feet. I think NASA will lead us in a stretching exercise. And then we'll have our final session, which is on access and inclusion. And I would like to request the panelists to then come up if we are in agreement that we should continue. Cassian Emmanuel, Peace, Bamurigire, Denaya Dennis, and last but not least, Noah Maina. So can we be on our feet so that I saw NASA do some exercise in the morning where he threw his coat on the ground. We can have an exercise and then continue. Over to you, NASA.
Okay, thank you, Barak. I don't know what is happening with the microphone. Can you guys hear me? Christian?
Yes, he's from a telecom service provider.
Okay.
I think he's not here. You have Noah? Yes.
Noah is here.
Yeah, Christian is online, and Cassian should be also online.
Good. Cassian and Emmanuel.
No, Cassian, Emmanuel, and Christian are online. Can you see what?
Check.
I am the last. Leah. So you say online is Cassian?
Cassian and Christian.
Christian? Only two.
Yes, the rest you have. So, academia, society, private sector, two private sector.
Okay, ladies, if we can turn off your microphone. Okay. Yes, just use a little force. Yes. Thank you so much for your patience, and we are the last born in these sessions today. And my name's Naza Nicholas Kirama, and I'm going to be your driver for this session today at this time. And we have around 5 panelists. Cassian is online, and Christian, both online. Also, we have Noah Maina from TISPA, and I think the best way would be, before I proceed, I would like to make a little introduction about the session, because we're talking about, access and inclusion. Access, we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about, having people getting meaningful internet access, as well as making sure, people have enough lower prices in terms of services, so they become affordable for them. So the package is not only about the infrastructure and the connectivity, but also that includes the access to ICTs and also access to meaningful internet that can enable them to be able online and be online meaningfully. So I will have some kind of questions for you, but before we do that, I would like to have Noah, introduce himself and the institution that he comes from and what he does, and then he will continue with the rest of the pack, and then we go online. Karibuni.
Thank you, Naza, and good evening, everyone. My names are basically Noah Maina, and I am affiliated with TISPA, the Tanzania Internet Service Provider Association, through a company called CCOM, which is a member of TISPA, and I am the Secretary General of the TISPA. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Peace Bamurijide from University of Rwanda. I'm assistant lecturer and research. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Dennis from South Sudan. I came here on the ticket of the IGF South Sudan, but I also lead an innovation hub called Connector Hub, where we do a lot of digital literacy and inclusion programs. Thank you.
Okay, we go online to Cassian and Christian. If we could please introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon. My name is Christian Muhirwa. I'm the CEO at Broadband Systems Corporation. We are a network services operator in Rwanda. Thank you.
Cassian, are you available online? As we wait for Cassian, I think I will start with you, Mr. Noah Maina. I know you double up as TISPA's, GS, as well as the man for the infrastructure. What do you think are the, prevailing challenges or concerns about access and inclusion, I mean, from where you sit and from the work that you do. If you could give us some, current, challenges and probably some solutions on how to get out of those prevailing challenges.
Thank you so much, Naza, for engaging us in this discussion. So basically, of course, the challenge is still connectivity. This 2022, the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, and we still, in the last 3 decades, struggling to connect people online. We've done some strides in the last 3 decades as a continent. Of course, I introduced myself. I work for CECOM, where we manage the submarine infrastructure on the eastern coast and the western coast of the continent. So connectivity in terms of going out and coming into the continent, the solution has been there for the last 15 years. But access to actually this capacity from the vantage point of, the last mile, or where the eyeballs are seated. By eyeballs, I mean the end users, is still a challenge. And of course, there's quite a number of reasons. Specifically within East Africa, there's been a lot of strides, but as we speak, of course, a lot of people in the rural communities are still not yet connected to the internet. But even besides those in the rural areas, within our metro cities, take for instance the most popular city, which is Dar es Salaam, connectivity is still a challenge. And the main issue here is basically that last mile. How do you extend broadband, fixed broadband or wireless broadband to the last mile? Of course, mobile broadband has sort of been deployed all over the place, and you cannot fail to get sort of connectivity, even though it might be poor, but at least you'll access some edge network or some sort of 2G or 3G network. But when it comes to fixed broadband, there is still a challenge. And fixed broadband, that is where now the real innovation is, the real consumption of actually internet connectivity is. Now, the reason why now fixed broadband is still a challenge is things like, right of way, okay? In order for me to be able to deploy infrastructure to the end users, or to your home, or even to your offices, I would need to basically have sort of right of way access to do that. This is still a challenge in some of the countries in East Africa, and so to speak even here in Tanzania, where we are still engaging with the different stakeholders to see how we can, resolve this challenge. And as such, the development of metro fiber within the metro cities, whether it's Dar es Salaam or Mwanza or here in Arusha, has sort of slowed down, because investing into this space would require you to also sort of pay a lot in order for you to actually have the right of way to deploy this infrastructure. On the broadband side, wireless broadband side, there's the issue of spectrum, which is obviously sort of not a challenge, but not every ISP can afford to actually deploy broadband wireless using licensed spectrum. So that is still also another issue. But at the same time, if you go to other countries within East Africa, this challenge at least has been resolved, even though, of course, now for the landlocked countries, the main challenge then becomes the backhauling from the subsea into these landlocked countries. Take, for instance, Rwanda or Burundi or even Eastern Congo. So on the eastern coast, we'll have, decent connectivity, but then backhauling that capacity to these landlocked countries is a challenge. Now for Tanzania, at least we've seen that the government, and Dr. Faustin mentioned in the morning that even while he was a minister, they had this strategy of at least increasing the kilometers of fiber that are being deployed to interconnect the different countries together that are bordering Tanzania, because this would then enable countries like Burundi, Rwanda, Malawi, Zambia to easily access the subsea cable system. So with this upgrade of this infrastructure, which is ongoing, in terms of the national backbone, I think that would now resolve the challenge of this terrestrial fiber infrastructure that is required to interconnect these countries to the subsea cable system. So in a nutshell, I would say that when you look on the terrestrial side, we're not doing that bad, but we need to do more. When you look at the metro side, we have the capacity. We have a lot of capacity on the backbone. I mean, in 2009, when we were starting off, we were working on about 1 gig of traffic. But then after a couple of years, we went to 10 gigs. Now we are doing 100 gigs backbone links on the eastern coast of the continent. So we are able to actually push that amount of capacity on the subsea cable system. But then now when you come to the last mile, or where the eyeballs are, you do not know how to solve the problem of actually giving these end users this fixed broadband because of these challenges like right-of-way. So I think once these are resolved, then I would say that the issue of access, all right, is then going to be a non-issue. But of course, these engagements are the ones which will enable us to at least resolve some of these issues with the different stakeholders that we have in this room. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Noah. I know you have so much information that you would like to share with the audience, but because of the time, I think we need to move the microphone along. Peace. You come from the academia, and it is very interesting because in the academia, the institutions like Ternet, they normally do the university providing access, internet access and whatnot to the universities. From the academia perspective, how are you guys addressing the issue of inclusion and access? And of course, this includes the people with disabilities, accessibility for people with disabilities. How are you guys in the academia? I mean, from the regional perspective, how are you addressing the issue of access gap and inclusion? The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I will start with access. When we talk about access, it's like people, they are having a smartphone, they are connected to the internet, they access the information, right? When we start here, everyone there was a Wi-Fi and a password, right? For example, I'll take an example of this room, they disconnect you. What are you going to do? Of course, some people, they are going to leave this room and go a place where there is a network, right? So on the side of an academia, when the government, like, for example, we go outside, I'm also on a part of the research. When there is an issue, like, for example, during the COVID, you saw that the security people, they are the one who are just using they become a doctor, right? But because there was some misinformation, they did not know how to read those things. So we decided to find a solution. How can we solve that issue? So in that case, we designed a prototype. I can call it a kit or a device where it will be on the screen, where it will be on the front desk, where you pass and then checks the temperature, the heartbeat, all those criteria, without saying that if you are having a high fever, automatically you are having a COVID, which is not true. right? So in that case, we go to different post health to ensure that those people without any devices, they can use that one. We taught them. We gave them the little skills, how they should do that, and even how they should send data. Of course, without the internet, you can't send data through the cloud, and who are going to protect that one? That is one. When there is, for example, in academia, we use the hybrid on teaching. Sometimes a week you go physical, then another courses you take it online. So not in Africa, let me say in East Africa, people, they normally when you are teaching, they may not capture what you taught them, right? They simply go to the internet, they search, or you give them the referencing where they can get more information, how they can get good books and so on. So that one helps. And another thing, we have what we call the outreach, community outreach, where we go to the citizen, to the public, and we taught them what is the basic skills. So how are they going to access the internet? What are the requirements? For example, in our government, we have the different services like Kilembo, any other, where the citizens access the government services without going anywhere. You simply, apply for certificate, you get it automatically without, you simply pay only 100 using a mobile money. So it's very easy. So people, they have to know how to do that, right? Even though they don't have skills on ICT, but they can use a smartphone, they can use a computer to do that. So we told also those things. We can't give all what they need, but at least we give the little one. So when we talk about also the inclusion, it's where people, they access online and they enjoy, they comfortably feel it's safe, right? So imagine the people with disabilities. Here we don't have them right now, but imagine they are walking in the stairs, and those sticks, they may be slide. So that one can cause an issue. But as an academia, as a research, we should find a solution to that. Like if we use, like if they're in Tanzania, they should be a way we design those, I don't know what they call it, but what they use to walk, right? They say they will be able to read, to say, in front of you there is a stairs, in front of you there is a wall, something like that. Africa, we were able to do, we can't do that. Recently, when we talk about, I don't know if the Tanzania, they have the services, those meteorological services, weather substations, but when you reach, imagine the people from agriculture. Do they really deal that one? They don't, right? So that's why in our research, myself, I did a research on how can I improve agriculture, because I like rice so much, especially the Tanzanian. But unfortunately, when you say the statistics, they measure, I mean, they harvest it 3 hectares per ton. I mean, 3 tons per hectare, which is really, really bad compared to what they invest. But when you go to, I designed a system myself when I was doing a PhD, which will control the irrigation, fertilization, and other things that also send a message to the farmers so that they can get, they know what is happening in their field. They are saying time is. Thank you so much. Let me stop from there.
Thank you, Peace. And I know you came with grace, so peace and grace is a very nice combination. Christian, I know you are online, and we are doing, we make sure that we wanted to include you to the panels. That's why we're using the Zoom. I just wanted to give you us, to lay it bare, you know. When you are thinking about the technologies like the AI, blockchain, now, you know, AR, VR, metaverse, the immersive, technology, as you know, it has been highly promoted right now. The issue is, how do we embrace, these new technologies without basically, playing the catch-up? Should we play catch-up? Should we ensure that we are, at least a few steps ahead as a region? Please, if you could give us your perspectives in terms of these technologies and how East Africa, because if you look at all these East African countries, the differences are very minute, I might say. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Able to?
We can hear you.
All right. Thank you for the question. The new technologies will never stop coming. But what is of interest to me is the use cases. Where in the lives of our citizens, where in the lives of our clients are these new technologies being applied? And for what use cases and for what problem are they coming here to solve? So to me, I know that AI, artificial intelligence, we are using it today. I was looking at the live transcript, and it's AI that is doing, that is recognizing a voice and trying to decode what I'm saying and displaying it, artificial intelligence. Metaverse, I'm not very conversant with it, but I believe it's virtual realities, but I believe the use cases are there. So are we going to be the consumers of technologies, or are we going to participate in producing those technologies? The answer to me should be yes, and it is yes. Our region, our different African economies are involved. I'll speak about Rwanda, for instance. Gaps, I think it's Peace who talked about skills. Also, many other participants also touched on it. Skills is a very in-demand, I was going to use skill, in demand, it's very in demand. Skills in many things, in accounting, but in this case, we are talking about computer science. More specifically, the new areas being data science, data engineering. In Rwanda, I can speak of partnerships. Partnerships in the areas of universities. For those of you who might know, we have one of the largest or well-positioned computer science program in the US by the university called Carnegie Mellon University, having its campus in Rwanda. So the deliberate efforts that have been put into bringing such institutions, there is also the Africa Mathematics Institute. These are geared towards skilling, providing the skills to our younger generations to address these issues, the new technologies. We are talking of AI, we are talking of data science. So we are not here to play a catch-up game, but we should be deliberate as government, as players in the industry, in tooling our people, in getting the right resources in country, in investing in the right resources. For instance, if AI requires GPUs and very high-end computing servers, let's buy them, let's enable them. There has to be a business case, of course, and there is a business case. So let's not play a catch-up game, but let's deliberately invest or partner with those that have such skills and knowledge to set up locally, to be tooled or to be skilled enough to also ride this new wave of new technologies. Moderator.
Oh, thank you, Christian. I think the issues here is investment, seeing the opportunities for the new technologies, embrace them, take them to the next level, research investment from the academia. If I don't know if Cassian is online. I don't know if he's online, but I would like to go to this Buana Connect. Connect or Connect. I think it's Connect. Connector. You come from the private leg of these all these issues, and I would like to know from where you stand. Get us, through what currently the efforts. From the regional perspective as well. Like I said, if you are in Southern Sudan and you are in Tanzania, there may be some differences, but basically, in terms of access and inclusion, it's like we wear the same kind of clothes. It might be a different color or different fiber, but the issues remain the same in terms policy, access, inclusion. What efforts are there from the private leg of things that are being undertaken to ensure that we include and we provide access that is meaningful for people to be able not only to be online, but to be able to access the digital opportunities that are all over the World Wide Web. The floor is yours, and you have like 3 or 4 minutes to do it.
Thank you. I just want to pick up from the previous speaker who said technology is growing, and every new day you see new things, and you get yourself questioned like, where do you belong? And I just want to make this also that there's what we call digital divide, in which I want to say there is a regional digital divide. I did IT when I went to the university, and all my school life I've been told that in the Eastern Africa region, Rwanda is the best when it comes to technology because they talk about innovations that are coming up from Rwanda. And I also did a little of engagements with young people to know what is happening in the other regions, and I realized that truly there is a gap in all the countries. Now, coming back to South Sudan, for example, we probably are maybe the least, or not really, I don't want to say the least, because I look at the players in the market, in the ecosystem. That's how my comment is being based on. For example, you see that in terms of skills, very few people have skills to access the internet. Somebody can have a smartphone, but again, doesn't know how this smartphone can help. So the person maybe ends up using for taking pictures and a few things, and only maybe Facebook. That's what I've seen with most of the young people. And also I have seen, interacted with the young people who go to the universities, in that I would also throw maybe a blame on our curriculum, because our curriculum supports computer literacy. But we find that in the high schools, it's not being taught. Schools, most of them do not have even computers like to teach these students to learn basic skills. So it becomes challenging. You find that somebody goes to the university still has problem with computer and operations and things like that. And how does that affect even the private sector? Because these people graduate, they get jobs in the private sector, and for them to adapt to new technologies, it becomes very, very hard. Nelson is my colleague, and we have been working together for so long. During the time of the COVID, we saw the need, and we launched an online portal, an e-commerce site, to support people to buy things online, and they'll be able to sell things online. But they find that people, don't visit the website. Instead, they love to go to Facebook because it's easier. And the interaction, many people still have, that kind of challenge, which I will generalize it on the skills. So the private sector is still growing, and very few businesses are trying to, go digital. And recently we have seen the MNOs, the mobile network operators, coming in with mobile money. This year, I think we have Zen, which introduced last year. I think last year. One came up, but kind of going down because people still, even to adopt, the mobile money system is still a challenge. Somebody would prefer to carry the cash instead of doing transactions online. So these are some of the challenges that we have seen. And yes, it calls for a stakeholders kind of approach to see that everybody takes a part. For example, in many forums, I also say this, even in our families, the gap between the people who know ICT skills and those who don't know. For example, you find a man is having a smartphone, and then the wife is having the other phone. We have a name. I don't know how you call it here. The the button one. Yeah, yeah, the base phone. And you find that the husband may have a computer, knows computer, and the wife doesn't know computer. So these are things which start from the household, and it's what we are trying to address even when we go on the internet, to the radio stations, and trying to make sure that the point of inclusion and building that bridge, we make sure that everybody has to be taking part. We have all a role to play. You're a husband, teach your children, teach your wife, let her have access to the internet, let her know what is happening. So these are things that we have been doing in the grassroots. So I would say many conversations, opportunities on the internet, you find that only those who have the skills are able to get those opportunities. And still, it's a challenge. That's what I could present.
Thank you, Denaya. And I think my panelists, you will excuse me for my military style moderation of this panel. To Madam Patience, I know you come from Rwanda, and Rwanda has been peace. Okay, peace, Patience. I know you come from Rwanda, and Rwanda has been touted as this, beacon of, technological innovation and quick adoption in terms of new technologies. But borrowing from Rwanda, can you tell us what the actors are doing to make sure that we increase access and inclusion? And if you are standing in Rwanda, what should be the advice, given the kind of heavy burden that you have been shouldered upon your shoulders, as a beacon of technological innovation and quick adoption of the new technologies? What would be probably your advice, the efforts that you see currently being made? What can be replicated from your backyard to the larger East African region, including brothers who have just come in, Congo, DRC. The floor is yours for like 2 minutes.
It's hard.
Yeah, but it
okay.
comes.
When we talk about the where people they can borrow from Rwanda, it's their leadership. People, they embrace the technology, they encourage us, especially, you remember I told you that project I was working with while I was a PhD. The government initially, they put money on it so I can implement to the citizens. They can benefit from them. So even the outsiders, that's why I said I love the rice. It increases the production of the rice, and the people really, even if they don't know how to read and write, but at least they will get a voice message that your field has been doing this and this and this. So what they are, it's it's the policymaker, it's the government, it's the people like younger, the government encourages us to do the innovation. They open the channels for the research, they give out the trainings, like if you are institutes, there was a budget for the research, there is a community outreach, there is a lot to learn from Rwanda. And even they encourage us to embrace the technology, because day to day, even though I'm an academia, I did a PhD in IoT, in embedded computing, so meaning that at least you should be able to capture whatever the technologies, right? And there are many organizations support us, I think. So even other countries, they can come and learn from us.
Thank you very much. I think I'll take the first flight, I think probably tomorrow, out of, if I take KQ out of the equation. Noah, in the morning, if you were around, I tried to demonstrate 3 key issues. 1, disruption. 2 was, these, emerging technologies, the 5Gs, the artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, where the metaverse is kind of thriving, and I see the Meta itself, promoting metaverse. And the third one was that mkulima, the farmer, the peasant, who is somewhere in the village trying to, go about her business of, preparing a small shamba. Small shamba is just a small sort of half or, quarter of acreage. In terms of access and inclusion, where do we place this guy? And from what you have been doing, access, all these, you are talking about, the gigabits and whatnot, the big things, the 6G now coming. Where do we leave these guys who are using a hoe to cultivate their small shambas in terms of access and inclusion? You have like 3 minutes. You remember this is a military style moderation.
Thank you, moderator. So, human trade has not changed since the time of Marco Polo, Vasco da Gama, Christopher Columbus. They were all just trying to find trade routes. So the digital trade routes, which we've been building in the last 3 decades in this continent, and so to speak on the eastern coast in the last 15 years or something, the whole point is basically that mkulima. How do we get every single person onto these digital trade routes? So this is why I was saying in the morning, if you remember, Dr. Faustine touched on the national backbone. It was 5K. The government had a strategy to increase that to 10K or 15K. Now it's at 10K kilometers. Google in Uganda, through some partnerships, did a POC of like building a mesh of optic fiber within Kampala, C². The same thing should happen in other places in East Africa and the rest of the continent. If you think of Rwanda, something which perhaps I'll just add to the question he was asking you, Rwanda has no right-of-way charges if you want to deploy last mile connectivity, whether it's fixed broadband, fiber, or whatever. It's 0. So you get your right-of-way permit, you roll out your fiber. Now, for the rural areas where now the eyeballs, majority of the people are actually in these rural places. We always assume that they are in the cities. But the majority of the population is scattered all over the place, and they need to be connected onto these digital trade routes. Now, what I think needs to be done above what has already been done in order to make sure that these people also come online is to just harmonize the environment, create regulations that are similar to those other countries whereby things are actually happening. If there's any hindrance in any other East African state, that specific administration should borrow a leaf from the state which has implemented something different, which is working. Case in point, like Rwanda or Uganda or Kenya or something like this. And then we will be able to now affect that mkulima in the shamba, because at the end of the day, everybody has to be connected. Well, in the metro cities, we have to build a metro fiber. In the rural areas, we have to take mobile, fixed mobile. In this case, of course, 5G would be easier to penetrate, like what 4G has been able to do. You've been working on the issue of community networks through ISOC. That is another, opportunity which is enabling this. But collectively, what I can say is that the environment has to be conducive, in a sense that there are some policies which are currently hindering this growth to happen, and I think that is what needs to be done. So for the case of fiber optic, which now would be able to carry now or backhaul these 4G, 5G networks, which are spread all over the place, and it can be easier for us to now extend connectivity to the rural areas where the mkulima is, have to be built. And in order to build them, we need to get rid of things like right-of-way in order for us to be able to touch these people. Wherever there was a hindrance in finding a trade route, I remember, if you go back to history, I'm a historian, though I'm an engineer at the same time. The reason why Vasco da Gama had to go south from Portugal through South Africa to find the shortest path to India was because of something. There was conflict or some other issues which were happening in the Suez Canal area, you see. So similar thing is happening. You find like some countries within the East African bloc have some sort of regulations or policies that are not enabling us to actually make it easier to find the shortest way or the most innovative way to connect the end users, which would include now these people in the rural areas. So once we get rid of those, then these investments that are already being done on the submarine cable systems that are already being done by the governments in terms of the national backbones would trickle down, because the private sector would come in and leverage the investment which has already been put in place by the governments in terms of the national backbones to now touch the mkulima. Thank you so much.
Now, quickly to Christian.
1 second. One thing, just to add that from the vantage point of, for instance, what we are doing as Tanzania Internet Exchange Point, we manage like about 6 exchange points in the country. You can think of these infrastructure more or less like ports where like exchange of traffic is happening. And ideally what we are trying to do here is to now build another infrastructure within, for instance, in the case of Tanzania or any other country, because in Uganda there is an exchange point, in Rwanda there is an exchange point. These ones now will also basically enable us to also still enable these rural places to connect. That's why we have in Mbeya an exchange point, even though originally we had built an exchange point in Dar es Salaam. We've taken an exchange point in Mwanza. We've taken an exchange point in Zanzibar. We've taken an exchange point in Dodoma, and there's an exchange point in Arusha. So the strategy is to connect the remote areas, which then brings back these eyeballs and the populations around these regional areas back to the internet, is already happening.
Thank you, Noah. Christian, I know you are still out there. The combined population of East Africa is about 200 million plus, and I wanted to know from you how this is a huge human resource. How do we leverage the common, ordinary citizens' human resource to be able to bring that their efforts to the inclusion and access. Is there a possibility that we can actually tap into this human resource and turn it around and convert it into, you know, a situation where we have access and inclusion?
Thank you. To be contributing member of a digital economy, one can be a consumer of digital services or a producer of digital services. To the ordinary East African citizen, not all will be digital product or services producers, but we want them all to be part of the digital economy. How are they becoming part of the digital economy? One is today a sizable portion of the population across the region use, for instance, mobile payment services. Why? Because of convenience. But are they using it because of convenience only, or we can as well have them produce services and goods to be sold using different means of the economy, one of them being digital. So my answer to your question is, let's have our people skilled enough, being contributing members of the economy. One can be a farmer producing his own matoke or banana, but then how does he take it to market? How does he market that product? Yes, he can rely on the truck owner of the village who will come and pile all the bananas into his car, and at a cost at a price rather that is defined by the wholesaler. Or we who are participating in the digital economy can enable such transaction or such market to be readily available to a wider audience, such product. What do I mean by that? I think the previous panel, we had someone speaking of an e-commerce website they had set up. How do we, who are knowledgeable in this sector, enable such a farmer to be able to market their products beyond their region? So there is everyone continuing in their different sectors of activities. There is deliberate efforts to train people to be meaningful, to contribute meaningfully to the digital economy as producers of services and products. But there is also what we need to do to uplift people from in whatever they're doing I've got a friend who says analog and digital, in what they're doing currently in the analog way, where they are not enabled by the technology. So we need to enable them to be part of the digital economy, even still farming, putting out their products for a larger market to see. So for me, there is a deliberate effort that has to take place to enable the different sectors of the economy to be digital, to participate in the digital economy. But there is also a deliberate effort that has to take place through, of course, the private sector, through the academia, through the different partnerships, as well as the government playing a very important policy role to make sure that this digital economy brings in the different actors of the economy, including the small farmer, including the big software developer we have, let's say at Norsken, one of the largest entrepreneurs hub. So moderator, that's to me what I can say about, I can answer about that question.
Thank you, Christian. I think he was talking about, upskilling, reskilling, skilling, making sure that we have the capacity for our citizens to be able to, participate meaningfully, and also those who have been marginalized, we need to ensure they have all these skills to be able to participate meaningfully into the internet or digital economy. Now I'm going to open the floor to I'm going to open this to the audience. If you have a question, please, if you have a question, make it pointed, brief, to the point. And if it is your submission, I would love if you can restrict it to like 1 minute. You don't have to repeat, what others have said. I think that will be auguring very well with the time that we have. I see Making from Burundi. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you again. I'm Ameking from Burundi. I'm so glad and happy to this panel. I congratulate you, all you speakers, because this panel helped me to understand many things. By the way, the access inclusion in Burundi is like this. Burundi opened the telecom market in 1970, but it is in 1990 that it has been allowed for the first exploitation license of GCM network. For now, we have 4 telecoms operators, 5 internet operators centers. By now, also, we have 1 fiber operators. We have only a man network operators and operator service, which are used by web and the data transition. The kind of internet network are 3G, 4G, and fiber infrastructure that cover 80,000 kilometers on the whole Burundian space. On the end, the internet penetration rate and second quarter on 2022 was estimated at 21.22%. Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you, Ami. And I think those, statistics are very key, for others who are present here to be able to learn. I see a question from Zuhura, and then the other lady from back there. It is taking long. I don't know. You can just use this mic here.
My name is Patience. I came from DRC.
Oh, Patience.
I have one question for the panelist who is online, and I have a comment.
I think we cannot hear you properly. If you can increase a volume a little bit.
Yes, my question is for the panelist who is online. Do you think to create a community network can reduce a numeric fracture? And I have a comment about
your comment, your question and comment brief, because we are out of.
Yes, if you let me speak. I just want to say DRC have also 3 points of exchange. We have Gomix, Lubix, and Kinix.
Okay, thank you, Patience. I think, can you address that question?
I think she was asking Christian. Yeah. Her question, I think, is around community networks, if it can solve, I don't know what problem she mentioned. I didn't
The
also get.
digital gap.
Christian, can you answer or do I answer?
I can answer it.
Go ahead.
Can you hear? Yeah, all right. So she asked whether community networks can bridge the digital gaps or digital divide. Yes, the answer, if you ask me, it's yes. We've seen, being a network operator, we've seen that we cannot do everything, and we cannot do everything well. So partnering with communities that are close to the eyeballs, growing from Maina, that are close to the eyeballs, that understand the different challenges of the area, can be will lead to better community engagement, will lead to better pricing, if you ask me, because one element of pricing is how much it costs you to support such a network. So we, the larger operators, can enable or can help bridge the digital divide by partnering with communities or members of the communities that would help us or assist the community come together. I'll give you an example. If you have a shop that is very prominent or in a region or in a village, setting up a hotspot on that particular shop will potentially attract people to stay connected, get and stay connected, but the shop owner will support you in getting the access point powered, getting the access point maintained, but also can be another avenue for him to make money by selling Wi-Fi vouchers. So it's a win-win for everyone, the big operators supporting the community networks. It's also another win for the population to come onto the digital bandwagon. So that's my take on that.
Thank you, Christian. I think I would also want to add a little bit on what Patience has asked on community networks. We believe that community networks are key also to bridging the gap, access as well as meaningful, access, if I may say, and connecting people to digital opportunities. We have done it in Tanzania. I'm happy to say that I am the program manager for the Tanzania Digital Inclusion Program, and one of the objectives of the program is to create community network innovation hubs. So we basically have created one. And with this one, we've been able to manage to connect like 5 schools, a police station, 2 healthcare centers, and also a community center, and the local government units. And the demand is very high, and we will continue to expand. And I'm happy to report that this hub, the Community Network Innovation Hub, has been created where my member of Parliament, Dr. Ndugulile, the former Minister of ICT, comes from. So you can see there is a lot of inspiration, coming from him, because I would like to say that he went to the ministry and he was a change maker. There are so many things that he changed in a span of in a very short time. He was able to manage. He managed to make an impact of where ministers have been there for like 15 or 10 years, but within a short period of time that he was there, he made a huge difference in that ministry. I'm going to do the closing remarks for each of the panelists, and if you could keep this like in 1 minute or so, But before I do that, there was a submission. It may be a submission from submission or a question from Zuhura. Yes.
Good afternoon. I think it's evening. Good evening, everyone. It's not a question per se, but I was wondering, and I was thinking, like, is there anyone there wondering like me, or we can help each other? So the parliament, the policymakers are here, the technical person, the academia, and other society. I was thinking, like 10 years ago, the bandwidth cost was very small and the usage was small, and now the usage that is so increasing and the bandwidth cost is increasing. Anyway, I'm not saying this in a businessman, businesswoman perspective, so I don't know about the business behind, but I was expecting when the users are increasing, the bandwidth cost should be like small. And it's not only about the bandwidth cost, even the devices and the hardware and the software part of it. Now, I'm wondering what is happening or not happening. Is it supposed to go down so that most of people can be included on the technological world, or where are we failing on? Is it on policy, or is it on a technical perspective, or that was just it's not a question per se, but you can help me wonder also.
Yeah, I think it's a very good submission. The number of users increasing, but the bundle prices in terms of 1 GB also increasing. I think the panelists, you will see it fit for you to to make a response to her concern. Why is this thing, these people are getting a huge number of users, but the price of 1 GB of data bundle, continue to soar. So I think you will be able to answer that. Christian, if you have 1 minute to be able to to make the closing remarks, what will be your parting shot for the audience? Like, if you were to drop a hanging fruit, which one would be?
Yes, I'm sure we've got policymakers in the room. One thing I would call upon is that, as Maina touched on, removing the bottlenecks that prevent the rollout of broadband or digital infrastructure. He talked about the right of way. I did talk about skills. So all these should be deliberate policy decisions to allow the deployment and the upskilling of our constituencies to be able to be part of the digital economy. So skills, infrastructure, it goes hand in hand. You can deploy the infrastructure, but without the right skills in terms of digital literacy, you won't have as many users. So these are two questions that need to be answered equally. And of course, we who are in the private sector, to deploy with, of course, viability in mind, but also work with the regulator, with the universal access funds to be able to achieve some of the objectives that might not be business viable in nature. So talking of the universal access fund, if you can pass on the message to the regulator or the regulator umbrellas in the region. Yes, skills, access.
Thank you, Christian. Well put. Skills and access is key. Denaya, you are left with one bullet.
Yes,
but don't shoot anybody.
I'm not shooting.
So
yes.
If you can give your parting shot for the EAIGF 2022.
Yes, I just wanted to say something from her question, because it's the same thing in South Sudan. And when we had our IGF, it was the main topic that people actually wanted to ask questions on, because our case was different. We had a very high rate of inflation, and you found that mobile network operators, the way they are charging the internet is too much. And compared to previous years, you pay for internet almost, a monthly internet, you pay for it even daily. This is what happens. And recently, the mobile network operators, they increased the cost of the tariffs. And so you find on social media, people are battling, are like, why should MTN, why should Zain and the rest increase their data? And we brought them, actually we brought those companies to the IGF for them to talk to the consumers. That's why we had in our report, there was a topic on the consumer rights. So like, why would they handle, you know, the consumers like that? And on our side, it has to do with the exchange rate, because these companies buy the equipment in dollars, and you find that the rate to the local currency, because they get their money in local currency, so the exchange rate was not favoring according to them. That's what they said. But it's a very good question. I don't know the situation here. And my final remarks is that the technology industry has a lot of opportunities that we all need to tap into. When we talk about the region, let's think of balancing the region, where there are, you know, things happening in Tanzania, innovations. In Rwanda, I was happy that a few months ago we participated in a regional innovation challenge, where I was able also to mentor some young people, and they launched their startups, their innovations, and right now they are kind of getting into the market. And one of the biggest things that we always will face is that people tend to ignore local products and innovation. So they think this water is too local. They will prefer to buy water from another company which is international. And this also happens in the technology industry. So I would say let's work hard, let's adapt what innovations are there. Let's bring them in, whether it's in fintech, whether it is in health, it could be education. Let's try them, and we push these innovators, because that's where we can learn and also improve on our, you know, on our skills for those who are in the industry. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Now, if you were to sum up in two sentences of, you know, what we've just discussed for the audience, what is it that you want the participants to go home with this evening?
Thank you. So for me, I always like to simplify things. You know, at the end of the day, it's about me putting food on the table. If you look at the Maslow's hierarchy of need, for those of you who are familiar with that pyramid, at the most bottom of it is the physiological needs. And I think fundamentally all humans want to put food on the table, maybe have some decent shelter, and, you know, those who want better things can sort themselves. But to be honest, the internet has a potential to enable a lot of people to meet their physiological needs. And these digital trade routes, which we are building, Zuhura is, okay, well, she has a concern about pricing. The only issue here is that, you see, one of the things that most eyeballs, I mean the end users, do not understand is there's a misconception between mobile connectivity, meaning that you have your phone and you are communicating, and there is fixed broadband. You have connectivity in your home. I can guarantee you right now, none of you in this room, or let's say 70% of those who are in this room, do not have fixed fiber in your houses. Do you? But you have mobile, right? So then the issue here is that fixed broadband is cost effective because you pay monthly. It's like you have your DSTV, right? It's monthly. Mobile broadband is something different. Now the other issue here is that you cannot take what you cannot take the work you're doing off your computer at home or your office to your mobile device. It's going to be very expensive for you. The mobile device is supposed to just enable you to move around and communicate, and the amount of data which is supposed to be exchanged at that level should be so minimal. So you buy 1 GB and you want to stream an entire season on Netflix. You buy 1 GB, you want to, I don't know, upload some massive files to TRI. You buy 1 GB, you want to do some artificial intelligence, machine learning, I don't know, research on that. You understand? So the use case for mobile broadband, because we don't have fixed broadband, and we don't have fixed broadband because we have issues that are hindering ISPs, members of the Tanzania ISP associations, like the ISPs, from connecting you to the fixed broadband, which is cost effective. And then we are shifting the workload from fixed connections to the mobile connections. This is where the pain point is, Zohra. Once we determine that there are different use cases for connectivity, do work or push what is needed on the mobile landscape, just on the mobile landscape, and once you do fixed broadband in your homes and offices, that is where now you'll see a difference in terms of pricing. So most of your workloads at home or in the office will consume a fixed connectivity which is cost effective, and you will do less on your mobile, you see. So that is the issue. So once we remove those bottlenecks, I think this issue of pricing should not be an issue. But also, of course, for landlocked countries, if you think about it, backhauling traffic from the ports of Dar es Salaam or Mombasa to Kigali, there are other dynamics which, of course, as a community we have to think about. Of course, there is also another issue of power. But in a nutshell, just to summarize, these are things which the policymakers can actually fix. The private sector, once the environment is enabled, solutions are endless. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Noah. The Madam Peace, please leave us with peace, a piece of peace. I mean, what will be your final remarks on AIGF 2022?
Thank you so much. My final remarks as a citizen of East African community. Let's work together and help those one who needs help and find a solution to our problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for my panel, please. I mean, you have to do it like the Pasha thing for the panel. Choma, Choma, Choma. So if you could please rise for the photo opportunity. If you have, yeah, I just want to welcome you to the podium.
Okay. Thank you, Naza. How are we, everyone? Our eyes still open? Okay, we are about to let ourselves go to have a wonderful, it should be a weekend because technically tomorrow is a public holiday from the EIGF. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us for the last 8+ hours. It's been wonderful, it's been interesting, it's been interactive, and we hope that next year we'll try to do a bit more sessions, but not packed to one day. So, but again, today, having not had a forum for the past 2 years, because of COVID, this physical forum has enabled us to meet new faces, old faces. So we thank you everyone for your participation. I know the conversations were deep, from access and inclusion to the digital economy, cybersecurity, quite lots of interesting things, policymakers, role of policymakers in advancing internet development. We heard from the commissioner what we need to do and all the experts who have spoken to us. We thank them. But I would like to, first of all, thank our partners in this, the East Africa Community, ESC Secretariat, AFRENIC, Africa Union, the Internet Society, the Foundation, the chapters, Uganda and Tanzania, Jamii Forums, Kuza team, Organization for Digital Africa, and for, of course, for everyone, the Ugandan Parliament, the Parliament of Tanzania, and our wonderful and graceful ambassador for gracing our event and sitting in from morning to now. We are very much honored, and of course to our honorable members who have been here. You came even before us, you know, that shows dedication. But of course to all of you, the participants who have sat in, listened, asked questions. Last but not least to our online participants, if they are still online. I don't see anyone, but thank you for following us. Those who have dropped off, those who are still online, we thank you. So as we end today, I would like to give the mic to the one and only, the gentleman who has made this possible for us to be here, Engineer Daniel Murenzi. He was supposed to have been here in the morning. He left Entebbe in the morning, and he came by road from Nairobi to here. That shows you determination that he really had to be with us today. So Engineer Murenzi, kindly give us some closing remarks and give us a reason why we should be here next year and maybe continue participating before even next year.
Yeah, thank you, Lilian. Your Excellency Ambassador, our honorable members of Parliament present here, the CEOs of the organizations invited here, the directors from different partner institutions, and all protocol observed. My name is Engineer Daniel Murenzi. I head the ICT for the East Africa, and I'm so happy to be here with you, despite that I couldn't make it in the morning. We had almost a similar event, although the names are different, but this is the Youth Innovation for East Africa, and it has been taking place in the Republic of Uganda. It's the first time we are also starting the Youth Innovation within our 7 countries, and it was being graced today by His Excellency President Museveni at Rugogo, at Kororo. You know also the success of the good news of the launch of the satellite. Congratulations to Nita, you and the Ugandans. We thank you for that. It was a good innovation. So we had to be there to represent our community also. That's why I'm sorry that I missed the morning hours. On the behalf of the management of the East African community, we wanted again to reaffirm our commitment and collaboration with the East African IGF. In fact, we wanted to let you know that we have started to institutionalize now the East African IGF to be part of our institution or our program, so that it can also be benefiting from other sources of the budgets, other benefits of the region, like the way we have seen African Union IGF is also benefiting. So Lilian, we thank you for the all documentations provided. And in fact, I would say we are at the last stage of making it at least a program, because making it an institution, it would delay like the way EACO has delayed, but I wanted to assure you that it is going to be. So on the other hand, we just wanted to thank the organizers and all the people who have participated and made this event very colorful. ESC, we have decided to always host this event here. And because it's also the East African IGF, and this is the headquarters of the ESC, so we have no another headquarter apart from here, and that's why we are saying that you are always feeling at home. On the success of the IGF, why it has
much impact to us as the ESC. The last IGF presented the gaps in our national policies and our systems, and we thank you all who participated, because the same gaps presented, they were turned into opportunities. I was demonstrating to the Executive Secretary of the EACO that the East African community have managed to secure funds to develop a regional CERT, because it was a gap in the last IGF, to develop the regional cyber security and data privacy, which was a gap that we had seen. You would find that, as I said in the morning on virtual call, you would find that Uganda has their data privacy, Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, all. But when it comes to the information exchange, everyone is fearing. And they forgot that we are already in one region, which they have embraced, and you are already traveling using the ESC passport, for instance. And so what we have benefited from the last IGF is that we made a project. It's very successful, and we have already have it with us. Next time as we meet, we will be able to demonstrate the success of that. Through the same IGF, I had our good professors from our institution of the Nelson Mandela. In fact, that is not Nelson Mandela Institution. It's the East African Center of Excellence. The funds, your salary and everything is paid from this community. It's the Secretary General who signed that Center of Excellence. So, meaning that it is also a blessing for capacity building that we found Your Excellency Ambassador and other protocol observed here. We had identified through the IGFs, several IGFs we had, the gaps we have in the digital, in the capacity building, in our mobile technology, and the East African communities through development partners, we managed to mobilize and establish that Center of Excellence. So this is not going to be a wastage as the community. We always get the reports that you have done and we have all done together. We present it to our members of parliament, we present it to the donors, and we turn into an opportunity. So that's why we are saying that the East African IGF will always be here, will always be institutionalized, and we want to support it more and bring more development partners and other people to understand. Maybe briefly I would say, before I conclude, what our plans together with the coordinator and the national IGFs. We want to start the next financial year by having a plan of the capacity building, targeting our decision makers, policy makers within our national parliaments and our national governments. Because from what you have realized, all the gaps identified are caused by the skills gap, if I may say, or knowledge gap. There is that concept of BBC, born before computer. So some of our parliamentarians, sorry to say, for those who are present, we are not pinpointing that parliamentarians are born before computer, but some we have realized they really require the capacity building. We have identified that gaps through the data roaming and mobile roaming. You are seeing the challenges you are facing while you are here. You are unable to communicate back home. And this is one of the major things I think we have also secured the funds to make sure that not only we're doing voice roaming, but we are also going to do data roaming. And it was already criticized through the forum like this. And those such criticisms are the ones that turn opportunities for our region. So ESC together with the national IGFs and the regional one, we are now working on our regional plan, which we will share with you in the next IGFs to see the way we involve the academia, we involve the youth, we involve our national parliaments and all decision making, so that all this that we are focusing on, and you know that the world is only now becoming digital. We have no another choice. COVID has really shown that if we had not gone digital in some of the things, we would now be it would be another story. So, colleagues, I just wanted to affirm the commitment of the East African community to continuously support this IGF and also link with other continental IGFs. You know very well the next is the Africa one. But through the collaborations that we have, you know we have already gone for the continental free trade area. We have ratified the treaty, we have signed, now the moment of implementation has started, and such discussions are the ones that make us to now achieve our continental agenda and our regional agenda. So just on the behalf of our Secretary General and the DSG was here in the morning, we just wanted to thank you all to have come here for being with us in the East African community. When you are inside this building, you are not in Tanzania, you are in East African community. This is why you can see all 7 presidents here. So when you are inside, it's like being in an embassy, you are like in your country. So feel at home. And Arusha also has best tourism areas and very safe, very clean. I think Naza would even take you around where Nyamachomas and the rest are, but also we are ready to show you around. So next time we hope to now communicate on time, I think, so that we have a bigger turn-up. Our wish wasn't this turn-up per se, and we wished to have it for more bigger turn-up than this, and also take more than 1 day. So the next plan, you would see our invitation, and we want to request whoever has participated to again come back and also participate in the next. And we will now ensure that we open our website, which I think has not been actively there, to be welcoming the inputs and the feedbacks, so that I think really, and it's a big task with Barak and others, so that we work on the feedbacks, because people were asking us, how do we give us the feedback? The people I was meeting in the corridor outside. So we just want to thank you all, and we wish you journey masses as you go back home, but also those who are staying around, karibuni. Next time, as I conclude, we want to give the comfort to our brothers and sisters from DRC, Burundi, and those who speak French from Rwanda, likely, or Uganda, those who would wish to express themselves. East African community has adopted the French as also another language, and we will be having the gadgets next time to support us now, able to express yourself. I found that there was a challenge of how people can deeply express themselves, but going forward, we apologize that those facilities were not provided, but going forward, we will find them here in the next IGF. Thank you so much, and we are happy to meet again next year. Asanteni sana. Karibu. I'm told I'm to close, so really, and thank you. This is to mark our day 1, and is the real honor day for our meeting we had. But there is a cup of tea that was provided. Karibu, we share a cup of tea, and after this, we will show you the beauty of Arusha. Thank you, and we now declare the meeting closed. Thank you.
We are very happy to host the East African people from the 6 nations. Tunawakaribisha sana. You are very welcome.
So our main focus is trying to create awareness, how the internet is run, how the internet is governed, who is who are the key actors, what role can we play? It is more of us coming here and having a dialogue on how we can work together for improving internet connectivity use and all these other things that the internet has to offer, including policy, legislation, and various guidelines.
And with that, then we are able to ensure that what is happening at the national level is escalated, and every country is able to contextualize their common issues. At the regional level, we're able to come up with a common position, take to the continental level.